I feel like this is good comedy slash improv. Is like you toe the line. You get really close, but you don't cross it.
Yes.
Sometimes you cross it, and then you go the way of Michael Richards and potentially Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle is really good at towing the line. No, he crosses the line.
Yeah.
Anyway, Joshua the Canadian. You live in Montreal?
Yeah.
You speak French?
Unfortunately, not that much. I get that a lot. A lot of French people aren't happy that when I.
Yeah, a lot of Indian people aren't happy that I don't speak any Indian languages.
Oh, you don't?
No, man, I'm fake Indian, bro. This is why I get annoyed when people are like, "Oh, so you speak Hindu?" And I'm like, that's not even a language. Do you speak Indian?
Do you speak Indian?
Do you speak Indian? And I'm like, that's not a language.
Oh my gosh.
Imagine if it was a language, like if Indian was a language, it would be like, hello, like, I mean, it would be, Indian is an accent,
So
not a language.
there's Hindi.
That's it.
There's
Hello. Hey. Hey, we did it. Yeah, Svelte Summit. So, of course, there are technical issues. I'm sure some of you already know that. But yeah, welcome. This has been a long time coming. Is that how you say it? I guess it is. Perfect. Yeah, so this is our first in-person conference. I'm pretty nervous. I should have had a beer or something. Yeah. So we're running a bit late. The first break will be maybe 30 minutes shorter, something like that. So still 30 minutes, which is okay. And yeah, so some practical stuff like fire exits and stuff over here. Obviously, where you came in, over there somewhere. Just follow the signs. Yeah, and I think we're super excited about this, right? Yeah. Excellent. So, the first day, the after party is right here. So there will be drinks outside. So we'll stay here until maybe 11. And during the day, of course, we'll have talks. There will be a lunch. There will be a second break. Just some practical stuff. And yeah, I guess that's what I'm remembering at the moment. So that's what you get. So I want to hand it off to the MCs, Tejas and Brittany. Please join me on the stage.
Svelte Summit 2022.
Woo!
That's what I like. It's you. I see that you've had coffee. It's such an honor to be here. Thank you, Kevin, for having us, and of course, Brittany. Do you wanna greet the crowd?
Yes, welcome everyone to Svelte Summit, our first live in-person conference. Very excited to be here and hosting. Happy to have Tejas up here with us. We're maybe gonna play some little games, teaching him some Svelte later. So
Yeah, because I don't know Svelte. Which I think more conferences need to have this. Like you have an experienced MC and you have a noob, you know, and it's like experienced and noob, and then at the end, right, we're gonna do maybe a quiz.
I'm gonna give him some questions and ask him how much he's learned during the conference. So we'll see. Yeah. We'll find out how much we can teach him.
Which means I have to be listening, of course, and
you have to pay close attention.
That in itself is a challenge. Yeah. But how are you feeling? You caffeinated? You're good? You ready? See, I'm like vibrating up here. I don't see y'all vibrating. How's? Yeah, it's good energy.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm caffeinated, so you can see nervous shitters. Yeah.
I saw.
I'm right there with Kev.
I saw Monster Energy going on.
I think everyone saw me drinking that this morning.
Cool. Yeah, just a couple logistical things. We have a code of conduct that is, if this laptop. Do I need a password? Kev.
It
so
locked
cool.
on us.
It's password 123, isn't it? Yeah. So we have a code of conduct. If you want to read it in detail, you're going to go to Svelte code of just Google Svelte code of conduct, and that's really important because we take that seriously.
We do.
And there's a way we can summarize it. Just be excellent to each other.
Please be kind.
And if you notice anything inappropriate or harassment or anything like this, there's Kev, the organizer. There's us. We're willing to hear you out and deal with anything that needs to be dealt with. Okay.
So let us know.
Yeah. There was another thing I wanted to man, this stage is like amnesia zone, huh? Like you just it's like what?
It's like as soon as you get up here, you forget everything.
There was I'm just gonna stand here and try to remember. I'm just kidding. No, it'll come. Cool. Should we introduce the first speaker?
Absolutely. Very excited to have Josh Newstone with us to talk about how to get your team to transfer to Svelte.
That's right.
Woo! Yes.
That's the
he had right there.
He had some caffeine this morning. Now I'm looking forward. Come on up. I'm looking forward to this talk because I need to talk to people and sometimes convince them to adopt Svelte. And usually the question is like, how is this better than React? And so
it just is.
And so I'm as the noob, I'm really excited. You ready? All right. Let's hear it one more time.
All right, Josh. Everybody, give it up.
Am my presenter view good? Am I on? Yes. All right, good morning, everybody. I'm super excited to be here today and to talk to you about adopting Svelte at work. So first, quick show of hands. How many people are using Svelte at work already? Oh, wow. Wow, that's looking pretty good. How many are not yet using Svelte at work but would like to? All right. How many of you force pushed Svelte to production on the flight over here? Just me? Okay. All right. Okay, so I guess I can't do the. Yeah, Svelte adoption is doing pretty well already, as you can see. As we call it in Canada, we call it like a hockey stick. So yeah, we're going up. It's already being used by a lot of companies: Apple, Alaska Airlines, Square, local company, IKEA. And I wanted to give you guys basically I'm going to give the talk in 3 steps. There's some technical stuff. Then I'll talk to you about the people side, which I think is probably the more challenging part, and then some general tactics you can do to to try to get Svelte adopted. So first, some technical migration strategies. It depends a lot on obviously the size of your app. If it's a very short app, a very small app, you can probably do it very quickly. Might just be a matter of deleting your old blog and just coding up in the afternoon. Or obviously if it's much larger, one strategy you can use that I've used is a route proxy. And what you can do is basically you can split your app, so you have an old app and a new app, and then slowly over time you sort of gradually move traffic over to the new app. And that's sort of like a top-down approach where you're kind of starting at your page and you're kind of moving down through your routes. But you can also go the other way, right? You can basically start at the lower level components, and then you can move your way up to the page. A good example of this is the island architecture, right? So this will allow you to basically have multiple technologies on the same page and slowly kind of transition over, to Svelte. A good technology that is using this obviously is Astro. So if you want to try something like this, definitely check out Astro. Svelte also has some built-in features that will do this. So you can basically generate web components from Svelte, and you can use them, for example, in React, right? It's not just drop in a Svelte component. All you got to do is import your Svelte lib, and yeah, it's pretty straightforward. Now, it does have some caveats, like the web components. I think some disadvantages are probably their props are strings, which isn't always great because sometimes you want to put an integer or an object. Also the styling, it doesn't have the contained styles that you're used to with a Svelte component. So it's not perfect. I've been experimenting with another idea, which I call Svelte Bridge. It's just an experiment right now, but basically the idea is that you would have a plugin, a Vite plugin that at build time, you would generate wrappers for other frameworks. So you would write a Svelte component, you could generate a Vue component, you could generate a React component. And this is what your config looks like. So I'm sure everybody's used to seeing plugins and specifying Svelte. You would also specify React, a Vue, an Angular, a Solid, and it would generate at build time something that looks like this. Here you have this folder, and you have your Svelte component, but then you have a folder for React, you have a folder for Vue. And to use it, it's super simple. It's the same npm package for every framework. They just import from a different folder. This works pretty well. I mean, it still doesn't do some things, it doesn't support slots, but it could in theory do that. I think this would be really cool for if you're doing a design system, if you have multiple apps in your company, and maybe the nav bar should be shared and stuff like that. So you would be able to use something like this, or maybe for example, Tailwind, they, I think they built components for React and Vue probably because there's more people using them. But if something like this, they could, in theory, write their component once and generate it for multiple technologies. So I think it could be useful. If people want this, we can probably make it happen. Yeah, I would say the caveats are that it doesn't support slots yet, and it doesn't support two-way data binding. All right, so I'll move on now to the much harder part, I think. So the people side of things, right? Actually, I'll tell you guys a story just to illustrate the point. So back, I think it was in 2000, I was probably my second year of coding. I was learning C++ at the time. It was pretty hard to learn, actually. Memory and pointers and all that jazz. And I heard about this new thing called .NET, and I was like, oh man, this is awesome. I had to order it in the mail to get the alpha CD because in those days it was like CDs, and I installed it. Obviously ruined my whole Windows folder, but I got really excited about it. I was like, hey, this is super cool. We should probably use this at work. So I went into work telling everybody about it, assuming they would all love it. It didn't work. What I heard was like a lot of different reasons. Some people said, "Oh, it's too slow," or C++. I like memory management. It was like every. So there was a lot of. There was a lot of reasons why people didn't want to learn something new, and it was surprising to me. Maybe I was a young person as well, but like I assumed that if something is better, people adopt it. But actually, it's not always that simple. So it's not always a programming problem. It's not always a feature grid that we could compare. We have to do a little bit more work than that. And so I'm hoping that I'll give you guys some tools that you can use to get over this bump. And also, of course, there's an adoption curve that we're dealing with. So some companies are more innovators, some are a little bit behind. And even in the same company, sometimes like there's different parts of the company where maybe one part they're more accepting to newer technology, another part they're not. So it's not really a binary thing, but we should be aware of that. And also, like, choice really matters. On if it's your personal choice, it's very easy to just pick up whatever tool you want, go use it. If you're dealing with a group of people, every individual has their own choice, and you also have the business to think about, right? You don't want to trash the company's code. So, it's a lot more complicated. Now, I think a lot of it is the reason is that humans are not rational. And as much as we would like to think with computer science, it should all be an algorithm, but we're dealing with people, so we actually have to program people as well. So I think that there's probably I can think of like 3 biases that really impact stopping people from change, and I think it's helpful to know what they are. So this way, like if you encounter them, you won't be surprised. I'm hoping. So the first one is the bandwagon effect, and this basically is the idea that people tend to like things that are popular. It's just safer, If you do with a popular thing, it's also like a way to conserve energy because you don't have to think for yourself. You could just copy what everybody else is doing, right? A really good example of this is IBM. Actually, they didn't really have this ad, but this is attributed to IBM. That nobody ever got fired for buying IBM. Essentially saying that just follow what's popular and don't think for yourself. So obviously, that's not great. Another bias I think that impacts people changing is sunk cost. So if you think about an old code base, maybe I coded something 10 years ago, I get I get attached to the previous effort that I made, and even though that's really in the past and gone, and I really should only be thinking about the future, unfortunately, it still impacts our decisioning, right? So a really good example of this is COBOL, COBOL was invented in 1959. And so this was actually one of the first languages that was being adopted by enterprise. So in the 60s, banks, insurance companies, big companies started using it. And some of them still use it today because they were never able, they attributed so much value to the effort that they had put in over the years that they were like reluctant to ever get rid of it, And the last one I would say, there's many biases, but I'm just going to, get the top 3, is, status quo bias. And so this is basically, the human beings, we want to avoid change. We want to stay with where things are. It feels safer, like it feels dangerous to when change happens. A good example of this is Kodak. So back in the 70s, there was actually an engineer at Kodak that invented the digital camera. And he went to his manager and he said, hey, check this out, super cool. But they're like, hey, our business is film. Why would we ever want to create a digital camera, right? Of course, 30 years later, Kodak is bankrupt because digital cameras are being used. So it's very easy to not see the potential innovation. And actually, I think that innovation is really about killing the old ideas. So one interesting thread that kind of connects all these biases together is the idea of loss aversion. People. We fear loss, and all these biases have that problem. Essentially, when a human being is choosing between gaining something and not losing something, they will always choose to not lose something. So I wonder sometimes if maybe the solution is to rename Svelte to React++. I don't know. Hopefully, Rich won't be too upset with that. And what's interesting is when you take all these biases together, you kind of, you have a bandwagon effect, but you're doing things that are popular. You have a sunk cost fallacy where you attribute value to your previous code base. You have a status quo bias where you don't want to change. You end up with this style of coding that like you don't want to try something new. You don't want to experiment. And I think we have to fight against this in tech. This is why people don't want to adopt, I think like just to illustrate a story, like imagine you're walking in the woods, right, and you find the ruins of like some ancient civilization, right, and you're tasked, let's say, with preserving these ruins, essentially an old code base, right. You might think at first glance, like, that's pretty easy, just don't touch it, and this is the argument a lot of people make. Don't touch the code, leave it as it is, don't change the technology. But actually, it's a lot more complicated. Like, if you don't want to touch it, you probably need fences, you probably need security guards, you probably need laws. Maybe a better way, or maybe a better way would be to actually replace that with, let's say it was a library. Maybe you should put a library there to sort of honor the original intent of that location. Or maybe you should actually dig into it and like destroy maybe some of these ruins, but to learn its lessons, right? Or maybe just forget atoms. Maybe it's all just about just spreading the knowledge, So I think it's problematic when people say they're keeping things the way they were, because everything is changing. Like, even if you didn't touch it, you would have decay. So sometimes actually preserving things the way they were is actually a lot of effort. If you're trying to keep a code base around from 10 years ago, I mean, it is a lot of work. So all right, now I'll jump into tactics. So the first one is obviously like, be nice, which I think was also part of our code of conduct. It's hard to change. So like, have empathy. People, it's not that easy. I think we need to reframe things. Like, we have to be careful with how we present things. Like, if we present change as being like my personal choice, I want to change the code base, probably won't fly. If we try to show things as gain, for example, if we present like, hey, React, everything you know from React is totally applicable in Svelte, as opposed to saying like, we're different. I think also a lot of times it's culture, companies sometimes, you have technology choices made in a very top-down way, like a senior VP is in charge of making the choices. So you may have to change your technology. Like, the first thing you may need to do is actually not put in Svelte. It may be change the technology to be, to take developers' opinions into consideration. One way to do this, I think, is to have a developer survey at your company. Like, ask your developers what are there any technologies you're excited about, right? And if there are common ones, then probably we should be adopting those. Another thing also to like combat the status quo bias is to think about like, hey, if we started today, if we started this project today, or one of our competitors started this project today, what would they have a competitive advantage by using another technology? Because if that's the case, then your technology is on the way out, right? And you should be using something out, something newer. I think also we need to reframe by speaking the language of the stakeholder. So we think, this is my little Merriam-Webster programmer stakeholder dictionary. So developers, we think of like lines of code and like feature matrices, but we need to talk in the language of the stakeholder. Like, why should we use Svelte? Oh, because it's going to save us time. It's going to cost less. We're going to deliver quickly. We're going to beat our competition. So definitely try to use those terms. I think also like to find a common thing that you're working towards. Like, it's not just about migrating a code base. It's like, oh, we're building a new project. Hey, can we try Svelte for 2 weeks and see, like, maybe we'll get it done quicker, So like a business goal, there needs to be something we're driving towards. And I think obviously, like, us versus them doesn't really work. Like, we don't want to be like, against something else. Like, we want to help. I think a good example of this actually is like Rollup, which Rich created. Like, now it's actually Vite adopted that technology, and so now it helps everybody, right? So like, if we can build things that sort of cross those boundaries that help everyone, I think that's a super good way to get it adopted. All right, so to summary, so if there's anything you take out of the talk, I hope it's that human beings were irrational, for better or worse. So like, don't expect just a programming argument to win their mind. Find a common objective, a common ground to work towards, like a business goal, something that will help the company. And remember, if you hear the argument, like somebody tells you, like, "Oh, we need to keep things the way they were." I mean, that's like what are we keeping? Like the principles, the atoms. Like it's a problematic argument, I think. And lastly, it's hard, right? So like, yeah, be kind to people. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. If you guys have any questions, also you can reach me afterwards. I'm Josh Nuss on all the socials.
Thank you, Josh.
Thank you, Josh. Incredible talk. Thank you so much.
Fantastic.
Yeah, since we're over time, we're not going to do questions on stage. I think Kev, if that's cool, you can at him on Twitter.
Yes.
What did we think of the talk? How did you like it?
I thought it was good. Everybody gonna go back home and get your company to adopt Svelte? Yeah.
He mentioned this device from an ancient time called a CD. What's a CD?
He leaned over and he was like, "Do you know what a CD is?"
Is that like a 3D printed save icon? Is it?
Do you remember an 8-track?
What? I genuinely don't. CDs I've used. What is an 8-track? Is it like a player of something?
There's like, it's a big cassette tape, basically.
Okay. A big cassette tape.
Like a very large.
Like a VHS tape?
Not quite that big.
Okay. I learned a lot from this talk, though. I learned about actually tactics to convince people, my employers, to adopt Svelte. For example, route proxying or the islands architecture. I'd never really heard it quite like that. So thank you a lot. Because previously, you know what my tactic was to convince my employer? Let's pretend you're my employer. Okay, I'm like, hey,
Okay.
can we use Svelte? And you say,
I say no.
and then I say, please, please, please.
Back.
and they say no, and I'm like, please,
And then
really?
no.
Look, Rich is right there. I have to.
I really like the option of doing developer surveys. I like that a lot.
Yeah.
And hackathons, I think, is another good way of
Yeah.
getting companies to test out new technologies.
Yeah, and this idea of building bridges, which this us versus them doesn't work. Yeah, cool.
Definitely doesn't.
Swix is here, prominent member of the Svelte community somewhere. I'm not
Right
gonna.
here.
Oh, sorry, man.
He's like, what?
It's like an ocean of hoodies. I'm really trying. Swix is right there. And Swix has let me know that if you want to tweet about stuff about the event, photos, questions, things, whatever, do that. And then the @Svelte Society Twitter account will probably retweet you and get some buzz going.
Absolutely.
So take
At
pictures and
Svelte
tag.
Sirens too.
Sorry, was it?
At Svelte Sirens too.
Oh, cool. So take picture and tag @Sirens and @Svelte Society. All right, y'all ready for the next talk? That's like nothing, man. Like 2 of you are awake. What is this? That should be a code of conduct violation. Anyway, this next talk I'm excited about it because I love data visualization, especially when they're done well. They're 60 FPS and they're animated nicely. So this next talk is about that. It's by people who work at a company with the best name. Honestly, it's called The Pudding. I love pudding. I don't even know this company, but I will probably after this. This is Matt and Michelle, and they're going to be talking about animating data visualizations in Svelte. Everyone, will you give it up for Matt and Michelle?
Woo! Let's go.
Woo!
You can't see anything, can you? Okay. Lovely. Should I be doing anything beyond plugging it in? Let's see. Thank you for your patience. Okay, great. Hi, everybody. Thank you for your patience. We are Michelle and Matt, and we're from The Pudding. And today we're going to talk to you about animations, specifically in the context of data visualizations, which is what we do, and why doing those animations in Svelte is awesome.
Great. So we're going to be talking about some of the ways that we do animations. Specifically, we do a lot of visual storytelling. We are often making lots of fancy charts, and animations are a big part of that. And animations aren't just cool. They aren't just visual polish. Often they can really help the reader make sense of things. So we're just going to show you a few examples of how we do this on some projects. So The Pudding is more or less a visual journalism publication. We do lots of projects around sports and culture and music and all sorts of things. Just to show this, how this might work in practice, so this is a project about basketball giraffes. Anyway, we have like a scatter plot that can animate. It's very slick. This is all done in D3 and not Svelte. This project is 2017. But what's really important here is these animations aren't just pretty. They help the reader track what's happening. In the data viz world, we would call this object constancy. The reader can kind of follow how things are changing. You might see this a lot in projects that are often called bar chart races or line chart races, where it's basically animating through a timeline and showing how the ranking changes for specific time frames. I think our internet is a little bit bad, so this might not show up. Move on to another one. You often see this with scrollytelling, which I think there is a talk about later, where as the reader scrolls, they are presented with some information, and that information slowly builds over time. And again, this is the principle of object constancy in practice, where you can the reader can follow how the data is being manipulated. You're basically being walked through the information. Cool.
Great. So today we are going to take you through a mini pudding piece that we made for you all today, and we're going to add some animations to it. And as we go, we're going to explain how you would implement these things in Svelte. So we'll be covering a couple specific topics like CSS transitions and built-in Svelte transition, Tweened, and flip. Let's do it.
All right, so for this talk, we actually prepared a full project, sorta. Instead of just having just random data, we used a real data set. We thought that'd be really fun, so you can kind of track how this would work with a real story, sorta. So we found an interesting data set on the internet. We have a bit.ly link up here, but it's from this site called EveryNoise, which is run by an engineer at Spotify, and he just publishes seemingly internal data on the internet. And this is showing the rank of genres based on their gender breakdown of both the listeners and the performers. So we'll be working with the first two columns here. We have, for example, pop music. The number of women listeners would be 61%, and the number of women performers would be 50%. So that's kind of the parity rank of these different genres. So we basically took this information, put it in a Google Sheet, and that gets imported into Svelte as a CSV. And we'll show you what we made with this.
Yeah, great. So we made a little piece that's got some charts. Right here, the animation's off. We'll add some animation as we go, but we've got a bar chart, some stuff happens, we got a table, and a line chart. So we're gonna now go through and do 4 kind of updates to this piece to give it a little bit more polish.
Okay, great. So the first thing we're going to do is actually relatively simple, and there's lots of ways we can do this, but we're going to be using a built-in Svelte tool. The thing that we're going to do is bring in a line to this first chart, and the purpose of this line is to first just show where there is parity, essentially 50%. So the bars further to the right are showing the majority, the genres that have majority women performers. So in this case, it would be dance pop and pop, like we mentioned earlier. So that's kind of the purpose of this line, and what we want to do is essentially fade it in. We want to show this, right?
Yeah.
So we're going to flip our animations on, and what's happening here is you can see it fading in, and eventually fading out. And yeah, so how are we going to pull this off in a Svelte way? Note that this is more just aesthetic. I don't think there's really a lot of function to adding this line, but we wanted to start simple. And okay, so how would we think about this from a animation standpoint? So a helpful framework that we've been thinking about at the Pudding is thinking about one of two questions. First, are we adding or removing elements from the DOM? And in this case, we're adding a line and removing it. So in this case, a very Svelte built-in way to do it would be using Svelte transition, which we'll show the code for in a second. But if we're not adding, removing elements from the DOM, and we're changing existing elements, which we'll show you in a bit, that will be covered in the future examples. There are many other ways also to fade it in and fade out this line. I just want to note there are CSS transitions. There's ways you can do it with dozens of other animation libraries, but again, we're working with a built-in Svelte way. All right, so in this case, we're adding in a line. This is just a G tag, and we're importing the transition module and using transition fade to fade it in and fade it out. And that's task one.
Amazing. Beautiful. We've got our first animation. Okay, our second task is at a certain point, we are going to sort these bars by their length. So animation off. Boring way. They just snap to their new location. Our goal is going to be to have them smoothly transition to their new spot like that. Ooh, it's beautiful. Great. How the heck do we pull that off? Well, so the previous example sort of relied on that animation was triggered by the element being added to the DOM or removed from the DOM. Here, these elements are all already on screen, and we sort of we want to animate the change. And so this is sort of a fundamentally different sort of problem from that. So we need a new tool. We can see here that the way we've structured this chart, we've got these G tags, and each one contains the bar and the text. And then there's a transform applied to it, and that dictates its XY position. So when that transform changes and it gets a new position, it jumps to its new position. But we'd prefer to have it sort of smoothly get there and take lots of little steps along the way. So I think that CSS transitions are a really great way to do this. They're really versatile. They allow us to, when a CSS property changes, for that change to happen gradually instead of immediately. And you can do this on things beyond just the position of something. You can do it on the width of an element or the opacity or the color. It's wonderful. Great. So we just add this little bit of CSS. We'd specify on those groups, we want them to transition the transform property, and that 1500 milliseconds is the duration of how long it's going to take. And yeah, we actually could have done task number one, that fade in of the line, with CSS transitions as well, transitioning the opacity value, changing it from 0 to 1, and having that happen gradually instead of immediately. But if you don't want to, I guess this is also a good way to do that, especially if you don't want to rely on that having to be triggered from the DOM or the element being added or removed from the DOM. So another way to do that.
All right, so task 3 I think is really interesting. It's one of the things I'm most excited about when working with animating in Svelte. We're going to be resorting a table. And this is just a common thing we will often do in articles. So let's look at this in action. We have a table that is sorted by the percentage of women listeners for a specific genre. So in this case, we have alternative metal being mostly male dominated. And then if we move on to the next frame, we can resort this and see how things change between sorting by listeners versus performers. So in this case, it's kind of hard to track what's changing. It kind of just, again, flashes into its new rank. And you can probably make this a bit easier to read, but if we were to turn on animations, we can kind of see the rows move into place gradually. And this is a really cool effect. And the way that we approach this is, instead of doing what we did in the previous example, which is just transitioning the absolute position of those bars, we're actually working with a really cool approach that is specific to Svelte called Flip, or not specific to Svelte, but built into Svelte called Flip. And in this case, we can actually relatively position the rows. So this is just a typical table. We have the rows just arranged in the order in which they appear in the DOM. You don't see any pixel values in terms of their absolute positioning or any transforms in their style. So how do we actually make them gradually move? There's no way to go between two values between point A and point B. So there's this built-in tool called Flip, and in this case, there's some magic behind the scenes, which I don't fully understand, but what it can do is say, okay, we know that these are all relatively positioned at point A, and they're gonna be relatively positioned in point B, and we're just behind the scenes going to apply the right transitions, the right transforms over time to move them from point A to point B. And you don't have to worry about knowing where it needs to go and then applying that CSS transition, or there's a bunch of other ways you could do it, but this is just really interesting to play with something that is already native to your DOM. So this is really cool because it can be applied to other types of charts that you wouldn't necessarily think of coding using relative positioning, but it's a lot easier and often a lot faster. So the top one is just a histogram. Doing this absolutely positioned is fine. It just takes longer. You need to figure out like how high you need to go up on the rows, but like just using Flexbox or using relative positioning, this is a much faster approach to coding a chart like this. The bottom example here is something you probably see more often, just a stacked bar chart. Just imagine your bar charts and you have kind of like colored groups on each of the columns. Again, you would probably have to absolutely position those if you wanted to animate them in typical instances, but you can use relative positioning or Flexbox. And again, using Flip allows those changes to happen if you want to resort the bars in a different way.
Great. So our final task is animating this change in our x-axis. So without animation, what this looks like is we start on this line chart. We're going from May 2021 to August 2022-ish. And when we go to the next one, we sort of zoom out. We now go back a little bit further. But we want this to happen smoothly and kind of create this like zoom out effect like this. Or if we zoom in like that. So the thing we're animating here is the X domain of the axis. Great. So this animation does some really great things for our storytelling here in our piece. We're able to sort of keep the reader immersed in the chart instead of like snapping to a totally new chart. And we're also able to kind of control your attention. Like we could have showed the whole thing and been like, look over here, and now look over here. But we're sort of forcing, you can only see this part, and now you can zoom out and see the bigger picture. I think that creates sort of a smoother storytelling experience. So this transition is also sort of a between values transition, not an enter and exit transition. But the value we're changing here is the domain of the x-axis, represented by an array of two dates, the max and the min. So this isn't a CSS property. We can't use CSS transitions. We can't use Svelte transition. We need a new approach. We're going to use Tweened. So Tweened is a Svelte built-in thing that allows us to do interpolation, or sort of taking those little steps between a start and an end value, but from scratch and sort of with a lot of control. So Tweened. So the Tweened function creates a store. I have it here, T. We give it an initial value, and we give it a duration. And so this store is special because when we change its value, it's going to change gradually instead of immediately. So this Tweened, we're saying, if you get a new value, you need to take 1,500 milliseconds to reach that new value. So whenever that button is clicked, it gets a new value, and you can see it's kind of taking lots of little steps over 1,500 milliseconds to get to that new value. And by default, Svelte Tweened will interpolate between numbers or dates, which is what we need in our case. And it'll also work for arrays of numbers and dates, which is great because we have an array of 2 dates. Great. So here we've got the domain when we're zoomed in. So that's going from the May-ish to September 2022. And then the zoomed out one, which is sort of just the max and min of the whole data set zooming out. And then we create our Tweened. We start it zoomed in. We're saying The duration is 2 seconds. If this value changes, it's got to take 2 seconds to smoothly change to that new place. And then we have this big old ternary situation, which basically says when we get to the right place, zoom out, and when we're at another place, zoom in. So when it changes, it's then going to take that 2 seconds to do it smoothly. We can see it one more time. Amazing. Okay, so Tweened is really powerful and can be customized even further than what we've described. Just going to dip our toe into these other realms just a little bit. One thing you can do is you can sort of control the rate at which that transition from A to B happens. Maybe you want it to be linear, so like each step takes the same amount of time to happen. Or maybe you want it to go fast at the beginning and slow at the end, or like go a little bit past the end value and then come back. So these can all be specified using easing functions that are built into Svelte that you can easily add with this easing property. Another way you can customize tweens is with custom interpolator functions. And so you need to use this if you want to tween between values that Tween doesn't support out of the box, like numbers and dates. If you wanted to tween between like 2 paths and get a smooth path between them, or two colors, for example. So basically, you're specifying exactly how you want to get from an A to a B, and you can write your own custom one, or you can plug in certain ones. These images are from D3 interpolation functions that you can import, and you can see there are just like vastly different ways to get between the same A and B. So you can have a lot of control over how you're going to do that interpolation.
All right, this is our last slide, so we're wrapping up. How do we think about approaching animation? Again, the first question we're asking ourselves usually is, are we adding or removing elements from the DOM? In that case, Svelte transition has a lot of really cool tools. And if we're changing existing elements, there's usually 3 things that we're thinking about that we went through in each of our tasks. The first one being, is it a CSS property? And just using CSS transitions can be really performant. We can use the GPU, and in many cases, especially when there's lots of dots on the screen moving around, it can be a lot more performant. Second, if we're changing element positions and layout, we're using Svelte Animate. Specifically, flip can be really interesting if you don't know exactly what your layout will end up being. So maybe there's a lot of user input happening, or there's just things that it's harder to calculate where things will end up. So that's a really cool animation approach. And then lastly, if you're doing something custom, like Michelle mentioned, moving from one color to another, where you want to follow a specific path, or you're actually just tweening paths, which we do a lot. Just changing a path there's a lot of approaches to do that. People have written a lot of interpolation libraries to move from one blob to another. And Tweened can be a really cool tool for that, as well as other custom values, like a charts axis. And that is it. I don't know if we have time for questions, but we're definitely happy to answer any.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Keep it going. Why you stop clapping? That's
That was awesome.
incredible.
That is one of my favorite things about Svelte, are all of the built-in packages. We don't have to reach outside and install something else.
This is exactly, I was gonna do a whole, like, I was gonna be like, because I don't know Svelte, right? I'm the noob here. So I was gonna be like, wait, are you telling me that it's just like built into Svelte?
It is built in out of the box.
Whoa. So, so I can just like import tween from Svelte/tween or something.
Svelte/tween, but yeah, like you just import it. So
Svelte/motion. Okay, I got that.
Svelte/motion, yeah. So motion, easing, transition, animate, all built in out of
You
the
know,
box.
there's a meme with this dude with a curly hair, and he's like, you know that one? That's how I feel right now. Wait, so you're telling me I don't have to like npm install Svelte flip book or Svelte, what is Svelte flip? Svelte animate? I don't need to.
Because it's a compiled language, it just comes out of the box.
Oof.
And then if you don't use it, it's not there.
So it's like tree shaken out of any.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh.
And if I'm not mistaken, it uses CSS transitions under the hood, right? So
Oh
it's
my
more
gosh.
performant.
So it uses the platform.
It uses the platform.
It's not even like some JavaScript math thing. Woo!
No. Yeah.
Dang, this is actually just building on that first talk about convincing people to use Svelte, because like,
you don't have to, like, that's one of the things that people talk about with Svelte is that with other frameworks, you have to go out and you have to find a package. Sure, there are lots of component libraries and things that you can go and reach for, but you don't need that in Svelte. You can just use the platform, use HTML.
That's amazing.
Write it.
That's amazing.
Write it yourself. Use JavaScript.
I'm new to this. That's
That's a
what
foreign concept.
that's what the hype is about. That's why
Yeah.
220 people show up here. That's amazing. Yeah. Okay.
Awesome.
GitHub.com/what? Okay. You got that? GitHub.
The dash pudding.
GitHub.com/the-pudding. Okay. This is like OG style, like without any slides or anything. It's like GitHub.com. It's like giving someone your phone number, you know?
I cannot stand reading URLs out. It's so awkward.
http:// Yeah. Wait, is a / the one that's that way? No, it's the other
which
one.
side is forward, the bottom or the top?
Yeah. No, but that talk, hey, appreciate y'all. Like
Yes,
multiple.
that's awesome.
So I'm sitting there with my phone making notes. And every time I like write down a question that I want to ask, it's like answered in the next slide. It's like, wow, they be mind readers up there. You know what I'm saying? I also had, so I've been writing down some notes here. I like the social commentary as well. I saw what you're doing with this foundation representation thing in the visualization. Appreciate that, especially as, you know, thank you. And that's all I had. Did you have anything from the talk you wanted to?
Yeah, I love that they expanded on the tweened animation where you can add in properties, so it's very easy to customize your transitions. You can write just custom transitions in Svelte. I love the power of it. I love that talk. It's amazing.
Yeah, because I did see that slide with the animate, and I was like, okay, but can you add a Bezier curve? Yes. And you can. Whoa! That exactly. That also blew my mind.
Yeah.
It's amazing. We have a break coming up. Did you want to? Yeah, this next.
Yeah. So we're going to have a coffee break. Do you have a duration on that?
Yeah, it's 12. We're back here
Is
at
that
12.
a property? We can expand the animation of the duration.
12:30.
12:30.
Okay, on the schedule, the 11:30.
We'll be back 45 minutes from now. We
Wait.
will be back.
Yeah, before you go, we need to establish something. We're a big community, and you know, circles form, right? How many of y'all are familiar with the Pac-Man technique? Yeah, it's not enough. We need to talk about this, okay? So like if you're in let's be a very low poly circle. we're a line and we're
2 points.
yeah, we're 2 points.
Of a circle.
But let's pretend we're a circle and we're talking to each other, and then person shows up here, you see? It's called the Pac-Man technique because Pac-Man's a closed circle, but the mouth opens. Whoa! And then if a person shows up, this is what we do. We open, we're like, hey, join us. Pac-Man, there we go. Woo! Hey, there, see? That's the way. Rich Harris, everybody. So Pac-Man, it's important. It's important to be inclusive and invite people. Welcome. Does anyone else want to join our Pac-Man circle to illustrate? There we go, Kev. Yes. See? It's the Pac-Man. Okay, we can actually practice now. Let's be a closed circle. Rich, if you'll go over there. And we'll be, there we go. And so now we're talking, hey, isn't Svelte awesome? Svelte's the best. Oh my gosh.
Svelte is the best.
First class support for animation. And someone shows up. Ah, Pac-Man. Hey, we Pac-Man this. Awesome. That's great. Thank you. You can leave now. But that's, okay. Yeah. So we're going to have a 45-minute break, and it's important that we do that because the goal of this is togetherness and community. And when we come back, we'll have some more stuff about that, about inclusion and all of this that we couldn't get into the opening ceremony because we were quite late. But after the break, we'll be back on time, okay? So go forth, enjoy the break, enjoy coffee, and we'll be back in 45 minutes at 12:30.
Go chat.
So you're going to get your phone, right?
Yep.
Is that an iPhone?
No.
Okay.
It's a Samsung phone.
That went well. Yeah, I think so.
Wake up.
Hey. Look, there's a new contrast device for me. See? I can make these jokes because whether you can laugh at them or not, it's another story. Yeah, I went there. Hey, how was the break? Yeah?
Everybody caffeinated?
For
No.
those of you who avoid caffeine,
not either.
that's also valid. Sometimes a tech conference is like, hey, let's all go get beer, but then if you don't drink alcohol, you feel left out. So even if you didn't get coffee, that's cool. Did you get something? Did you get tap water? That's something.
Yeah.
Water's awesome.
Hydrated?
Let's hear it for water.
Woo!
It's like, it's the majority of your body, you know?
Yes.
Like, we're all just walking bottles of water. I want to see this cartoon now. Animated with Svelte. Anyway, welcome back, everyone, to the Church of Rich Harris. It's, yeah.
We're not a cult. You can leave if you want. Nobody wants to, though.
Svelte Jesus right here. We're your MC. Hey, Brittany, you know what? During the break, someone came up to me, and this is the cutest thing. It's like, hey, what's an MC? And I was like, oh, dang, English isn't the first language here. So I was like, what's the answer to this?
So it stands for Master of Ceremonies. I also did not know this either. I had to look it up.
Master of Ceremonies.
Yeah. It's like, sounds so professional.
I am...
Yes.
Give it up for him, everybody. Master or mistress. Excellent. What is your name? Luke. Yeah. Luke, I am not your father. Yeah, good. So MC, Master of Ceremonies. Honestly, I don't like the master word as a,
Yeah.
I say this in front of my contrast device. No, but I don't know. Host. MC
Yes.
and host are interchangeable. Or hostess. Or a microphone jockey. That's MJ, though. Yeah, but we could say MJ. What's up? Mission controller.
I like it.
Let's control the mission of Svelte.
Yes.
That's the mission of the Church of Rich Harris.
Done.
Latter-day Saints or something. Anyway, no, not that one. Okay. So sorry, we're digressing. Hey, let's just to get some good vibes back. Let's do a little bit of an activity after this break, okay? Who came from the farthest? This is what I want to figure out. So all at once, I want you to shout out where you came from. 1, 2, 3. Did y'all get that? Okay. I heard Canada. Who said Canada? Okay, there's a few Canadians. If you're from Canada, will you show me your okay, that's you don't have to
a couple.
apologize for it. It's fine. I heard that I heard Australia. Is that true? Anyone from Australia here? Australia.
Ooh.
Where? You flew here from Sydney. Woo, give it up for Sydney. Wow. How long was that flight? Too long. He needs to be up here making these jokes. I heard, where else? There was anyone came here too long of a flight? Too far? South Africa. Who said that? Oh, wow. Okay. How long was that flight? 16 hours.
Oh, my
That
goodness.
deserves 16 claps. Exactly. Yes. One for every hour. Oh, there's another. Malaysia. Whoa.
Wow.
That's how long was the journey? 22. Come on, give it up.
Okay.
That's wild. 22 hours. This shows you the
power of Svelte.
power of Svelte. That's right, and the beauty of this community.
It brings us all together.
Yeah, and that all of you are so committed to this tool. That's a beautiful thing to see, especially from up here. All of these faces and these like oceans of hoodies. It's a very special thing. And one thing I noticed is, well, I wasn't going to say this. It's probably delay us a lot. I don't care. One thing that sticks with me is, so I come from the React world. I don't know anything about Svelte. I'm learning a lot. I know a few things about Svelte now. But a lot of you, I've heard, like contribute to the project. You write code, you open pull requests, you open issues. And this is awesome because like I've tried to contribute to React. And I only get so far, but like you're so active in the community and everyone has a role. And I find that this is like a spirit within the community because like Swix here like showed up and is like, hey, I'm just going to take over social media duties for the conference. Is that cool? you know, this mindset of like, I'm going to show up and I'm going to contribute. And that is really special. So give yourselves a round of applause for that. That's
Yes.
All right. We do have some housekeeping, logistical things about running the conference in a nice and ordered way that we want to take care of. Brittany?
Yes, absolutely. So first and foremost, red lanyards. If you see a red lanyard, please do not photograph this person. That is a do not photograph for red lanyards. We also want to mention that Jess and Farzad are not going to be with us. Unfortunately, there's some health concerns with both of them, so they will not be with us today. But we do want to support Jess in saying that her Cypress library with Svelte got released as an alpha product. So if you want to go and check that out, please support them and show them some love. Also, we want to remind everyone to silence your phones and then keep tweeting. So make sure they're on silent, but please also tweet at Svelte Society and at Svelte Sirens. And we will retweet those posts for you.
Yeah. It's nice to share our joy of community with the whole world on Twitter. Tech Twitter is not, you know how tech, if you're on Tech Twitter, you know how it is. And you know the urgent need for awesome photos and vibes to be retweeted there. So I'd encourage that. Cool. Hey, one note, during the break, I got locked in the bathroom. Which you think, yes, we all lock ourselves in the bathroom, hopefully, to do our, yes, but and I couldn't open the door again, and I was like panicking. I was like, what happened? Just a note about the venue: the locks can be funny, tricky.
Yeah.
And someone told me, I think it's because Vikings, you just force doors open. I was like, I don't know about that, but it scared me a little bit. Also, my contrast device isn't giving contrast anymore. Anyhow, and lastly, before we jump into the two more topics, and then we're going to jump into the next talk. The first one is look, the speakers are doing amazing, yes?
Yes, fantastic.
As attendees, I don't know how y'all are. I'm just kidding. No, but I did want to just have a quick note about how you can support your speakers, because I know you want to. And I'm a speaker myself. Brittany's a speaker. There's a ton of speakers here. And usually it takes a lot to get up on stage and do a presentation in front of like 200 people you've never met before in your life and kind of hope they're nice.
Yes.
Right?
Be polite.
Be polite. And so just a small tip of encouragement for you as attendees who want to be supportive, celebrate them for existing. I mean this. Like when someone shows up and they're like, yeah, I took a flight to come here. It was an hour flight. You're like, yes, an hour. Because when you show them support from the get-go for doing absolutely nothing and not accomplishing anything great, it removes pressure from a speaker to try and prove themselves to you. And then they can actually just focus on a great presentation. And then everybody wins. You can diffuse the anxiety and the nervousness. Okay, you have that power. So I'd encourage you, let's do a trial run. Show me something. That's good. That's good. Awesome. Thank you. Wow, I feel special. I was super nervous before this.
Doing the best job ever.
Thank you. And then the final thing. So you just heard that applause, which was great, but that can be really high energy. And sometimes some of us don't have the capacity to feel that constantly. So if you're feeling like I need a chiller, I need some downtime, there is a lounge kind of outside this area to the right. Where you can just take some downtime. It's totally cool. There's a live stream on YouTube. You're not going to miss anything. If you need that, we want to recognize that and tell you your health comes first, and adrenaline glands can stay not blown out. Okay. With that, let's get into the next talk.
Absolutely, yeah. So we have Julian Burgess and Michelle Harris from Bloomberg coming up to talk about.
Michelle.
I lost
Michelle
all
Harris.
of my notes.
She.
Brittany Harris.
Brittany
sorry.
Harris. I'm sorry.
Did I say the wrong thing?
It's the same name. Did
I say Michelle Harris? I am so sorry.
It's
Julian Burgess and Brittany Harris. Please welcome them up for the best talk title I have seen so far is Red Flags and Code Smells. I did not mean to butcher your name. I'm so sorry. It is the same.
Give us 2 seconds. Is mic working? Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah? That's good. Cool. Why is it not? Oh, I'm brightness. Okay, great. Lovely. Hi. All right, so I'm Julian.
And I'm Brittany.
And we both work in Bloomberg News graphics team in London, where we're creating data visualizations and interactive graphics. And we've been working with Svelte since version 1. And it was interesting actually with Jeff's talk, because I was kind of thinking, how did we kind of get it adopted? And you know, it's weird because it's kind of, we're so used to using it now that it's not even a question. But it was I guess a bit of a big deal back then. And that was really good. I mean, it was kind of by just sort of doing something we kind of knew about and sort of demonstrating that it could work, and then sort of moving forward and sort of using it. And so why do we use Svelte? I mean, we had also used some of Rich's previous projects, such as Rollup, and we looked at Reactive and Buble and all sorts of things. And also Svelte was created at a similar kind of team at The Guardian. And I think it is sort of actually, again, one of those things where a news team, you're creating a lot of projects quite frequently and quite rapidly. So you do have that kind of scope to try things out, because you can kind of be like, let's try it on this project. If it works well, we use it again. And if it doesn't, well, maybe we don't use it again. But, you know, Svelte has just built because it's always worked well for us. So our first project was actually the UK election in 2017. And that worked very well because we then had this sort of thing where we could have these reusable components, and but we could sort of then put them together into small bundles. So we would sort of use these components again on the homepage, and on the homepage there's a lot of traffic. So it makes a big difference where we could just compile that and have this very, very small, tight, efficient piece of code. Also, I was going to say, that was another thing that also Jeff's talk has reminded me, was that we kind of, before that, would use D3 for pretty much everything we were doing, and we still use D3 a lot. But that with that, particularly for things like elections, you've got data which comes in continually. And that it's quite easy to actually end up with sort of memory leaks, because you're kind of continually kind of taking things on and off the DOM, and kind of and Svelte just solved those problems. We were just like, you know, immediately it was kind of like it's doing all of the handling of the DOM for us, and we just it was reliable and worked very well. And so again, also in those teams, development speed is a very important thing. As again.
We're working on lots of projects to deadline for working on news graphics. I guess a little bit about our team is that we are around 30 people across 4 different time zones. In news, you get people from lots of different backgrounds. So like philosopher Rich, we have like architecture backgrounds, data backgrounds, computer science people. So there's a lot of different levels of experience with kind of coding in general. And then also people who've worked on Svelte in previous teams. I know it is a very popular framework on other graphics teams as well. But yeah, so Julian and I are kind of like the embedded engineering team within our newsroom. So we do a lot of like the kind of training, technical support. People will be halfway through a project and run into a bug, and they'll come to us for help. And kind of through that, we've helped people at like different points in their learning journey. I keep using that weird phrase. But we've come across different best practices, different kind of like common mistakes or things that you might be doing where you're like, hey, this works, but I don't know if it's the best way to do it. So yeah, that's what we'd kind of like to talk about today, is some of those best practices and suggestions that we've found. So yeah.
Okay, yeah. So sort of what do we mean when we're sort of talking about red flags and code smells? So yeah, sort of generally that sort of something is off. I mean, you kind of get this. It's sort of not a particular sort of Svelte thing, but what we're here to sort of talk about is sort of things which are in the sort of the patterns that particularly work with Svelte. So you sort of see some of these things where you see people, you know, where you've got very, very long functions, a lot of use of global variables, confusing functions and variable names. Sometimes that sort of thing where you have the sort of squint test, where you kind of like look at the code and you can just sort of see it's the wrong shape, or sort of it just doesn't feel quite right. And often as well, so it's not so much, it's not about sort of calling out bad code. It's about just sort of trying to understand sort of when things aren't right, and that when you sort of some of these techniques will be kind of just make the code much easier, and it will just make the whole thing flow, and you'll just have a much better time because you're doing it in a more sort of Svelte way. And a lot of it is, and also about making sort of maintenance harder as well. It's nice when you sort of come into a project and you're kind of, it's just sort of the way you expect. And it can also be that small problems, they sort of, you know, it starts off and you're like, oh, this is a small thing, but it kind of snowballs, and it can kind of grow over a time where, you know, sort of gradually you kind of got this big mess and you don't really understand things. So sort of trying to identify some of these problems and just sort of smooth them out early on can really help with the lifetime of a project.
Yeah, I guess I mentioned that we help people with projects a lot, so we've come across these when I'll come into some code that I've never read before, and I'm just trying to figure out what's happening and why. And so code smells will sometimes indicate like, oh, that function seems really complicated. Like, what are they actually trying to do here? That's probably where the bug lies that they've asked me for help with, and just ways to kind of spot that without knowing the entire code base too. You're able to just jump in. Yeah, so this is some overly complex code. Maybe you've seen something like this. It's a little contrived. And that's my disclaimer for the entire talk, is that our examples are a bit contrived, a bit trivial. We wanted to pull it out so that you could focus on the smells and not get distracted by like other things happening around them. So bear with us. Some things might seem like, oh, I would never do that. And it's like, you might not do it in this simple way, but expand it out, you could. I have also. I'm not using you in an accusing sense. I write bad code, but yeah. And then I guess also for the format, we're going to be jumping back and forth between slides and the REPL to do some demos. Hopefully that goes okay. We're not doing live coding, but live demos. All right, cool. Just gonna calm down with a sip of water. Thank you. Okay, cool. So direct DOM manipulation is our kind of first smell. I've seen this one discussed before on Twitter. It's not revolutionary to kind of call this out. But yeah, so what does direct DOM manipulation mean? That is in my onClick function in the script tag here, where I'm using document.query selector. I am like directly accessing that DOM element with the class counter display. With text content equals, I am then assigning the string value to the right of the equals sign to the DOM text content field. So I'm not really letting Svelte do what it wants to, which is control the state of the DOM itself. So actually running that code, you can see I've got two buttons on the screen. I'm just going to click around. There's some like weird buggy behavior here. I have an inconsistency in my text because I've got one thing in my Svelte template and another thing in my string template. The two buttons are interfering with each other because query selector just picks the first thing on the page, not actually the button that I'm clicking. So that's kind of an obvious. If you only had one of these buttons on the page, you might not notice that anything is wrong at all, but it's buggy. So in order to fix this, I'm now importing my fixed component, where I am no longer manipulating the DOM in my script tag. I am purely controlling the state of this counter data variable. And I'm letting Svelte take care of all of the rendering and DOM manipulation. So no more bugs. I can have lots of buttons. All good. Yeah, so I guess the takeaway for this one is try not to manipulate the DOM yourself. Let Svelte do what Svelte wants to do. So other like vanilla JavaScript, other frameworks, you might be used to kind of doing this manually, but really it's better if you just let Svelte take care of it. Svelte can then optimize when the DOM needs to change because it knows internally whether there have been any changes to the template and can skip paint cycles if it doesn't need to re-render. Yeah, there are some caveats. I think accessing the DOM is different than manipulating the DOM, where like sometimes, especially in graphics world, we might need to do get bounding box, things like that, where you're like accessing an element to find out what its width is, but try not to change and like interfere with the state.
Yeah. And you're going to say also, and there are, yeah, and when you're doing that, or sometimes very occasionally you do need to use it. Also, the sort of the bind this to a variable is definitely the way to go, so that it is actually still scoped within the component.
Yeah. All right. This one is super contrived, so we don't even have a REPL for it.
Yeah. Don't try and read it. Yeah. But this is something something you see. So it's sort of people are learning Svelte and they're kind of like, oh, I see. So now it's reactive. So it's kind of like, and you have to put this sort of magic dollar symbol in front to make it reactive. And then what tends to happen is you sort of see people put everything inside of one massive reactive block, or every single expression becomes reactive as well. And it can be okay, but it can often end up in this sort of strange spaghetti code where you're like, well, this has changed this has changed this kind of thing. And it can mean that sort of things are re-rendering all the time. You can sometimes get race conditions out of it. And so sort of trying to sort of think a bit more about sort of what sort of reactivity is. I mean, it sort of feels like magic, but it's ultimately not magic. It's kind of, it's creating a function which sort of is dependent on the things that change. And so sort of thinking a bit about what would that function look like if you were writing it yourself, and so which bits of these things actually all kind of go together, and then you can kind of group that kind of reactivity in ways that make sense for you as an author. Yeah, so in that very contrived example, we have a lot of kind of stuff where we just put everything together, and we're actually thinking about, you know, which of these things can change, and we sort of separate those out into bits that actually make sense and go together sort of more logically in the code.
Yeah, and it makes it easier to read too. It's like grouping things into modules or functions. In vanilla JavaScript, you can group it into reactive blocks in Svelte. And
also, of course, is also splitting things out into subcomponents. You know, there's no, you know, sort of one thing well is also something, again, around a component. It's very often you can be like, rather than having a massive component, maybe a bit of that chunk can move out, and you might find that's easier to use it and for testing and things like that.
All right, so this is a tricky one also. The solo global CSS modifier. I don't know how to say that in a more concise way. But yeah, so the global, what global does, if you've read the docs basically, is make it so that Svelte will include a bit of CSS in your style tag, even if the selector is not present in the Svelte template. So I've got an example here. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, good. Yeah. All right, so I have an example Svelte component where I've got an unused class, and if I don't use global on this class, you see I get a warning in my, you know, server, my console, which in the REPL is here. It's saying that that CSS selector is unused. It won't show up in my compiled CSS output, so I have to use global if I want to use a class that isn't in the template. And in this case, my class is getting injected with this dynamic HTML. And so this is what the style tag compiles out to. So it's just my class exactly what is in the global parentheses. It doesn't have the hash that other CSS would be scoped with, the like the Svelte component hash. I don't actually know the name for that. But yeah, so I've got that component on a page. On this page, I have another component also that includes the same CSS class. So as you saw, my style is kind of leaking and affecting other elements on the page. That's a side effect that you might want if that is something that you desire. I would recommend you put that in a global style sheet so that you don't need to rely on having the smelly component on the page. But yeah, that's not what I want in this case. So if I switch this back to the fixed component, in fixed, what I've done is kind of scope my global modifier to the specific component by using a selector that is in the template. So the CSS that gets created here includes that component hash. So yeah, basically just seeing global containing the entire CSS selector is the smell here. I'll switch to a slide that has it in a nice summary form too. Yeah, so watch out for solo globals.
Yeah, so manually subscribing to stores. Now, it's one of those things where it might be people are kind of like, it's weird because the sort of solution is so sort of simple. You kind of get confused sometimes why people do it, but it does, I've sort of seen this quite a lot. And it's, as I say, this is a very trivial way of doing this. But yeah, so here we have this piece, and when, this component here. And so in the console, okay. So we see it starts, so when you sort of subscribe to a store initially, you get a start event, and then this is just ticking every second. But now when we remove it, you see it's still going. And with this one we refresh, don't we? So with the, oh yeah, sorry, just do that. Okay, so with the fixed one, we see we get the start, it's going, and now when we remove it, it both stops and we get the stop event. And this is one of these things where it's yeah, you may, it's sort of one of those things where you can often start off like this and not find a problem, and this will cause problems later on. It's just always good to sort of make sure that you are unsubscribing from stores. And the solution is very easy. Actually, we go here. It's just using the dollar prefix. So it's pretty much any of the time you're not doing that, it's not, you know, it's often a smell. It's like often kind of like think about why are you doing it in this way without using the dollar prefix within templates. This just makes it's much easier to read, and generally it's the best way to do things.
I guess the polling for data note too, because we work with a lot of live data. Julie mentioned with elections. Sometimes we'll put the fetch in the store itself, and if you are no longer like using a component that requires that data source on the page at all, you can stop polling for the data, but your store won't know that it can stop polling unless you've unsubscribed. Yeah,
it's almost, because that almost is a bit of amazing magic as well, that you're kind of like, as soon as you shift off and you no longer have the component, you're no longer polling for the data, and you're like, wow, that just happens for free. So very similar, but sort of slightly subtly different within templates themselves, missing unmount as well. So in this, where's the mouse? I can't see.
No, mouse is there.
Oh, there are. Yeah, so this one, because it's a set interval, takes a second to appear. So similar kind of thing, where now when we sort of clear it, it's still just logging out. So if I clear it there, we see it's coming back. Where when we add the fixed and then we clear it, it stops. And so the difference between them here, we return the function. It's also one of those things that even though I know it myself, always I'm sort of doing stupid things where I call the function and it happens immediately. So you have to return the function, which will happen when it is unmounted. So this is our unmount here, and we're returning the function. You can also you can also import the onDestroy, which sounds a bit more kind of aggressive, if you want to do it that way, and depending on how your code is structured. But yeah, so just sort of remembering whenever you're using onMount, think, do I need a destroy function as well?
Yeah, and this can also create bugs. It might work fine in production, but then when you're doing dev and have hot reload running, you end up with like
because hot reload is happening, and you'll suddenly find that thing would be kind of happening, dozens of times per second. And again, it'll be one of those things where it's memory leaks. You're kind of like, using resources that don't need to be used, and a sort of, and particularly that's it. I mean, that's why we were sort of saying, particularly with things like elections, where people have a graphic up and it's up there sometimes for hours, and so the number of times that component could be mounted and unmounted can get a lot, and you can actually run out of memory completely, and the whole thing crashes.
Which is that used to happen a lot when we wrote election code in D3. Much rarer now. Just pause on that for a second. Remember to destroy/unmount your component. Okay, so this one is slightly controversial, and it's a little bit more of a style smell than an actual, like, you created a bug smell. So I think this is a common paradigm in React world also, which is why when we see people moving from React to Svelte, it shows up. We also see it a lot in graphics because it's really flexible. You don't necessarily have to know what you want to do in a child component while you're kind of working on it. And we do like a lot of drafts and iterations. So but I guess I have a very trivial demo. So in my subcomponent here, I'm just printing out the JSON stringified $$ props of the subcomponent, which is nice. I didn't have to define anything in the script tag, no exports. I'm just saying every value that's passed here. In my smelly component, I am also just passing everything that got passed to this parent component to its subcomponent, even though this one only really cares about name. If I switch to fixed, nothing changes, like the code still works. There was no bug that I fixed. But in my fixed component, I'm just more explicit about what I want my API to be. This can be really nice as your application grows, because coming into unknown code, sometimes I'm like, oh, where is that coming from? You have to follow props way up the tree to find where they were originally defined. If you do it like this, you can kind of set defaults at different levels, or kind of know what you actually want and actually are using. So then when you're refactoring, you're able to be like, oh, I don't even need to pass that data in anymore.
Yeah, we were saying
Yeah.
it's a little bit like if you made a function which just takes ... args, you'd be kind of like, this is not a very clearly defined function. And that's a bit like what's going on here. So sort of, did you say about slot as well?
Oh,
No, yeah, the slot's also something where that might be a more appropriate way to kind of handle this sort of situation where you need to sort of pretty much pass everything down, but you're kind of wanting to wrap something.
yeah, so better to explicitly say what you're going to be using in your subcomponent. All right, I like this one is like the selected item paradigm. So in graphics world, this is often like, oh, you're hovering over something on the page to make a tooltip, and that's you've selected something and are displaying that in a tooltip. Yeah, it's a common paradigm in other worlds too, I think. So what we've done here is basically say, cute little demo. Yeah. So I'm saying that when I click on one of these squares, I want to select that square. So I have selected equals. I'm going to console log what my new selection is. So I'm clicking on the first one. I now have kind of this like tooltip additional information below. I've selected ID 0 background, and I'm still clicking on that same square. And as you can see in the console, that reactive block doing the console logging is firing, because even though I haven't changed what my selected square is, Svelte doesn't know that because it's not doing deep object equality. It just says like, oh, you've selected a new object. That can cause problems when we're doing like geographic maps and a mouse move situation to highlight a new tooltip. But yeah, and then an actual bug is if I modify the underlying array, my tooltip doesn't change, which is a problem on election maps, which we've mentioned a lot. But if you have new results come in while you're hovering over one state, you want your tooltip to update. So we fix that. You can see now I actually start with an initial selected square because I've said selected equals 0. Here what I'm doing is I am assigning the selected, not the square itself, but the ID of the square. So you can use any kind of primitive value here, which is an integer or a string that Svelte is able to compare. So for states, we would use, the state abbreviation, like geographic state, not variable state. But yeah, so if I do that, I can click on the same square over and over again, and I'm clicking a lot, and Svelte is not re-rendering or re-executing that console log reactive block because it knows that, I still just got square number 1 selected. You can also modify the underlying array, and your tooltip will update, and that's because in the little bit of code showing that background, I'm returning to the array. And even though selected hasn't changed, the squares array has changed, so the tooltip will update.
And actually, we should have said that, and also there's that nice simple thing that you can then make. You can still get to the object by just reactively saying the object is the selected key of the items. So you can still it's no harder to access the object. It's just that everything is going through that primitive value. And another thing that makes it
so that would be something like selected square equals. So then when either of those changes, the selected square will change.
And it also makes it really much easier as well to sort of just hack into your code where you kind of want to have a particular selected item, rather than actually having to have the object. As long as you know the key of it, you can then just quickly be like, I want to find out why this one has a strange behavior or something like that by just knowing the key of that item.
Yeah. Another, tip there is that the selected also can make for a really good global store, because if you've got access to that primitive, instead of passing an object around, it's just really easy to use that key in other components as well. But yeah.
Okay, so mutating, I've gone past it. Mutating objects, it's sort of a bit more, again, a bit slightly controversial one. So we're not saying don't ever do it, just to be kind of quite aware when you are doing it and why you're doing it. So really a sort of Svelte templates are about sort of rendering the state to the DOM or something like that. So if they're making global state changes, it can quite often be a problem. Do we have a slide for this?
Yeah.
Okay. So in this one, when we add items, this top list is sorted by the value, and this one should be sorted by the insertion order. And so you see what's happening. It's quite a weird one. This is the kind of bugs you get, where it's like the first bits are sorted by value, and then you've got the last one just tapped on the end each time. And where am I? Okay, so when it's fixed, it just works as you expect. So it's always, this is in the order. And so the simple thing here, this is items is an array, and we're taking a slice of it. So this component now has its own copy of the array, and so sort is mutating. So when we sort the array, it's just our own copy within this component which is sorted. And that's broadly it. So yeah, so paying particular attentions to array manipulation, because it's a bit, it's not always very clear in JavaScript which things are actually mutating arrays and which things are just making copies. And reactivity is triggered by assignment. So you also need to be assigning the array to itself to actually trigger reactivity in the first place. And so, as I say, it's not like never do it, but another thing when you are doing it, inside of a store can actually be quite a good place to do mutation, because you can sort of just wrap it all up quite neatly and then still use set, and then the changes are sort of propagating. But you don't want something where you kind of something has changed and you're like unsure where the hell it's happened, and you're kind of having to hunt through the code to work out how this value is suddenly not the value you expect.
Yeah, I guess I also sometimes like to think of different components as like, this is a strictly rendering component where I am not going to be doing any manipulation, and then more kind of like controller components where you're mutating your data, munging things together, and then passing that to the view components. Classic MVC. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So careful about mutation. Cool. All right. Thanks. Yeah, I think in summary of it, a lot of this stuff too can be found in the Svelte docs. The $$ props is directly referenced as a potentially, be careful with this one. Or all of the caveats to things are in the docs. They're great.
Yeah, particularly, and the tutorial as well. And it's kind of one of those things where it's like, even though, even if you've read it, reading it again, just do it as like a speed run to be like, how fast can I go through all this? Because things do change a bit. And also, I found as well, there's loads of things where I was like, oh, I knew that. And then I read it again, I'm like, oh, actually, no, that word is a bit more nuanced, or, understanding it. And, if you get through the tutorial very quickly, and you just feel good about yourself. And also a tip which we kind of were using within this as well is that it's quite easy to sort of accidentally create a singleton where you have a sort of component which works fine when there's just one of them, but if you sort of put two on the page, suddenly they don't really, these bugs are exposed. So it can often be quite good when you're sort of working on something to just have two instances on the page, or to sort of make sort of special test harness pages where you can have sort of strange kind of, perhaps sort of testing the sort of limits of how these components might possibly work together. And doing that sort of early on, but in a sort of constrained way, so it's clearer where any bugs are kind of coming through.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
That's it. Thanks.
Dominic, will you come up and get set up here while we fool around on?
I'm gonna run into that television
on stage. Yeah, he needs a headset. Cool. Okay, you're gonna pretend that's not happening and look at me instead, and Brittany.
Yes, both of us.
Yes, the MCs. Hey, do you smell that?
I smell some bad code.
Actually, I don't. I used to smell bad code, but now all I smell is like lavender truffle. Because
it's so pretty.
Exactly.
It's so beautiful.
That's right. The code smells have been eliminated. Give it up for the last talk, everybody. Wow. Do you smell? All I smell is like what The Rock is cooking. Anyway, what did you think?
I thought it was amazing. I thought there were a lot of really good points and a lot of things to bring up. Like Julian mentioned, Svelte is reactive by nature. Like that is what it is, but it's by assignment. So you have to make sure that you assign those things to the array or your variable or whatever, and make sure that it has that equals there.
Okay.
To get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I dig
there
that.
was so many good things in there. Like templating blocks were in there. Reactive statements were in there. Is that $ weird for you?
No, it's JavaScript syntax, right? It's
they hacked it.
Okay. Yeah. I've never seen it used quite that way, but
yeah.
Yeah, it's like the last time I saw a $ used, was the jQuery world.
Yeah, so it's a little different. It's a little to get used to, but
Yeah.
once you do, I feel like it
Is
works.
it called a prepared statement or something? Is that or a something statement? Right? Am I? Label statement. That's the one. Yeah.
That's it. Yeah. Did you notice the global stores?
Yeah. So this is actually okay. So as the Svelte noob, right? There was this thing where you had a smell of manually subscribing to a store, and your before and after, you're after just like import now and use now, and there was no subscription. So is that implicit? How does that work?
So you have 3 different kinds of stores in Svelte. We have writable, readable, and derived stores, and you write those stores in a JavaScript file or TypeScript file, and then they have methods on them.
Okay.
So those methods, you don't have to do that yourself.
But how do I subscribe? Is the subscription an automatic step? Because in the after there was no subscription. The dollar. Whoa.
The
okay.
$sign. There you go.
And that just automatically
I'm
subscribes.
like, where are we going with this? I don't know what's happening.
The dollar sign.
The $sign is the magic.
Ooh, okay. That's very also relevant for America. It's the magic dollar.
Right now, it's going up.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't say the same for the pound. Anyway, moving on. That's awesome. The other thing that I'm learning from this, thank you, by the way, all of you teaching me, is does Svelte have like first-class support for styling? Do I need...
So scoped styling by default. So your components, if you add a class inside of a component, it will be styled with that svelte-hash class.
Wait, so you're telling me I don't need something like emotion?
You do not. So it's similar to CSS modules, just out of the box by default. Yeah.
Man.
And so that global syntax that she was adding was making that available globally. But don't do that because we want that in a global style sheet.
And that's just, you get that for free.
Yes.
You don't have to like...
For free, out of the box.
Dang. Animation for
Global
free.
state management, animations, transitions, like everything.
What? There's usually like at least 5 React libraries for each of these things in the
Right?
React world. That's nuts. Hey, I may get converted to this church at the end of this, huh? That's dang, that's amazing. Okay, yeah, that was really 2 of my questions. I'm writing down questions. I'm taking this seriously. I'm actually learning. Yeah. Okay. So styles just happen, and so that means also transitions then just happen with CSS because the CSS
you could use CSS transitions in there, or you could use the Svelte.
How do you keyframes? Oh, it's just a style tag, and you can put like.
Exactly, just vanilla CSS.
Dang, that's wow. I guess this is all like old news to all of you. Sorry, you just have to watch me like fool around. Anyway, we can maybe move on to the next talk, which is enhance your DX. Right, I care deeply about DX as a developer myself.
Yes.
I do too. I hope you can hear me well.
You maybe need to. Oh, it's on. Is it yellow or green?
It's green.
Oh, then it should be on.
1, 2, 3.
Nah, it's totally not on. It's yellow, but it looks like green. That's funny.
Now it's better?
Yeah! All right, hey, woo! Let's give it up for our next speaker!
Yes!
Yes! Thank you!
Dominic!
Yeah, I actually came here flying only 2 hours, so that was a large applause for that. My name is Dominic. I'm the creator of Vite plugin Svelte, so it makes SvelteKit and a lot of other cool stuff tick. And today I'm going to show you what you can do with it to enhance your DX even more. And to do that, we are going to take a look back first. And also I'm going to have to look at my screen sometimes, so I'm not ignoring you, just making sure I'm not fucking up. Yeah, so the evolution of developing web applications, it has come quite a ways. But way back, before we even had dev servers, things were slow. We had to do full rebuilds all the time. We had to restart our local web server, which was in Apache, which had a lot of like magic configuration to make it work, and it didn't behave like production, but it looked like that. And we had to refresh our browsers so much, like F5 is muscle memory for all of us. And it took minutes to get feedback if the change actually did what we wanted to. Like, who went on a coffee break? Hands? Yeah, half of you are lying. There had been more hands. So, but some time ago, things started to improve. We got first generation dev servers and we had live reload plugins. So a lot of stuff we had to do manually are now automations. But the full rebuild still happened. And even with rollup, which is great, and we'll come back to that later, it still took seconds. Like when you did something, it took a while and then it happened on the web browser and you had to go back to recreate the state you were at and all this stuff. You lost focus. Like there was this disturbance where you could get to somewhere else. Also, thank you so much for timing this. It was, yeah. And like it got in the way. But today we are out of this mess. We have Vite with awesome hot module reloading, and there's no more reloading, no more rebuilding, and the updates are surgical. You don't lose state. It just works. You stay there where you are and you can keep working. And feedback is instant and it's so important. I can't go back. Like I used to work with Angular a lot and I'm not going back. You can pay me as much as you want. I'm not. It makes fun to work with Svelte and I am helped build that and I'm not going back. So why am I standing here? We are done, right? We can go keep doing this like Josh said. Just don't change it. Let's keep doing it. No, we can't. Because we are not here. We still use the same tools we used 3 iterations ago. We have the file explorer for our directory tree. We have our editor. We have a terminal with a dev server. We have the browser and we have the dev tools. All of that is still there and it looks like this. Where the fuck are we? I know it is a little bit smaller than it could be and in reality we all have multiple screens, so it's 4K screens side by side and you go left and right and up and down and we have to constantly switch. Our eyes are wandering far and wide. In the preparation of this talk, I was actually looking for an eye tracking device to show how you had to go. It didn't work out in the end, but I know you all get me, right? Yeah, so, but this is not even the worst thing. The worst thing is we have to know, we have to have context to find our way through all of this mess. We have the directory structure with all our code files, and we have the DOM structure with all the results, and we have to know how to go from A to B and back from B to A. And this is constantly nagging away at us. It annoys us and it takes away the time we can think about solving our problems. But we have the tools to fix that. Because Vite isn't just an awesome hot module reloading dev server. It has all the context and the tools to make these problems go away. And I'm going to show you how. And one of the reasons why I'm staring at my screen so much is that this is not a slideshow. This is a SvelteKit application. And it has Svelte Inspector enabled, so I can just do this and have this nifty little cursor. And it tells me where this file is. And it tells me it for everything. Like this is with MD-Svex and Shiki, and this is a code block. And you can see all the things it made out of the box. Everything is there for the taking. And yeah, that's it. So, but like knowing where the file is just part of the equation, right? We want to go there. So let's go there. Yeah, you just click and you're there. Like this is literally the code that you just saw on the slide, and I just change it to something. I save. And we go back to the slide and it's done. Yeah, this is so great. It just takes a key combo to press and you're there. It's like meta key and shift by default, but you can have a lot of options to customize it to your needs. Like you can change the key combo, because I try to look for a great key combo, but all the good ones are taken. It's like domain names, but worse, because there's a lot less keys. And one thing I learned when I built this is that having it active all the time kind of sucks sometimes, because it gets in the way. So there's hold mode as well. So you can long press it, and when you release the keys, it's gone. So it's like the peeking tool, but better. And you can also have the toggle button always available if you are that kind of person, and disable the styling. And one thing that is not so easy that we are going to look at next is how to load this thing, because it is actually part of the client application without being part of the client application. It's like we can't just ask you all to add a dependency to your production code to have this work, right? You don't want this. So we have to get tricky, and that's where this append to thing comes into play. So let's have a look at what it does. This is getting really technical and a little bit advanced. I'm sorry for the folks that are beginners, but maybe you learn a few things, and if not, like I hope you don't get lost. The heart of this is a Vite plugin, which uses hooks to load itself. And these hooks are made in a way that it avoids a direct dependency by using import.meter.url to find out the plugin's source location on your disk, and then load all the files relative to that through native node file reading. So instead of doing Vite imports, which would require it to be a dependency and an export, it just like hacks its way around to the backend. And because we have this awesome resolve ID and load hooks from Rollup that Vite also uses, it just works. So Vite plugins are really, really powerful, and you can just load about anything into client applications with this little trick. It's just a few lines of code, really. It takes a while to digest it, but I'm making this all available on GitHub later for you to see, and it's great. It also just loads a little bit of code into your application. This is the complete loader. Like 5 lines of code. We import a Svelte component because, of course, the UI, we are going to write it in Svelte, right? It's so cool because Vite plugin Svelte brings along this inspector, and it compiles it itself. So it loads itself and compiles itself, and everything just works together. It was so much fun when it just all fell into place. Yeah. And so the loader is small. The inspector component is also small. All the logic is just 250 lines of code. And this even includes the SVG for the icon. Yeah. And like, I'll just make it enabled one more time. The cursor icon and the button icon, it's the same SVG, just to save a few lines. It's, yeah. So what we do is we have to solve the problem of finding out which line of code is mapped to a DOM. And Svelte has this cool little thing called __ Svelte meter that has been there since 2018. Like, it existed before Vite was a thing. And it shows once more how visionary Svelte really was back then and even is today, because of all the things it thought about before we even knew we needed them. And so on every DOM node that was rendered by a Svelte dev mode, there is this property that tells you in which line of code this DOM node was created. So we just have to go up the parent tree and find the closest Svelte meter element, and then we know which file to open, which leaves us with just one problem. But before we get to that, I'll highlight this. Why are we excluding Svelte meter nodes that originate in node modules? Because in the first iteration of this inspector, it didn't. And it turns out, because Svelte builds component libraries from your node modules, when you clicked on a button you imported from a UI library, you wouldn't get to your code that imported the button, you would get to the button code inside node modules. Even worse, when you clicked on the inspector icon to disable it, you would get to the inspector code because it knew where it lives. Yeah, even if it was this hack I showed before, it just got there. So with that said, node modules, you're out. Yeah. And this brings us back to opening the editor. Turns out Vite already does this for you. You may note that Vite has this cool error overlay where it shows stack traces when something goes wrong, and you can click the lines and it opens this editor. We just piggyback on this feature because it uses an endpoint which you can call it with fetch, and you tell it the line and the file and it opens it. This is literally the complete code you need to open a file on your Vite dev server. And this is something really cool because I thought at first opening a file from the browser is going to be the hardest thing in the world. It's a security issue. If a browser could just access files, we would all probably be robbed blank in like microseconds. But this just works in seconds. No much work. And under the hood of this is a third-party package by Avenue called Launch Editor, which is taken from prior art and changed to automatically scan your process list for VS Code and other popular editors and open them just like that. But it has been updated in Vite 3.1 to include a launch editor environment variable, so you can just pick any editor you want. I'd like to shout to Theo real quick, who had the idea to come up with this. Thank this guy. Yeah, so we have all that and it works. And it's just a Vite plugin, so it is compatible to the whole ecosystem. It works on StackBlitz. Like, you can literally go on StackBlitz, put this one line of enable inspector in Svelte config and click, and it opens the editor. Should we try it right now? Let's, oh no, we can't. I'm not on the Wi-Fi, but you can. I'm making the slides available and the link just goes to a StackBlitz that has it available. But trust me, it works and it works the same. It also works on Astro, which is kind of surprising because Astro doesn't ship JavaScript to the client. But if you have client-side enabled Astro components, it works. So it's not the great experience because it doesn't show you everything, but it's enough to work with the client-side components. So now we can navigate and we don't have to think where code lives. Are we there? We are not, because we still jump left and right and we come to the editor like we've seen it before. When I did it, the browser got away and the code came up. So what can we do to keep our focus? Anyone got ideas about this? Well, I do. You know already. Yes. You can also, when you know where to go and you know what you want to change, you can just change it. This is going somewhere, right? But this is editing somewhere. Yes. Now, what this did was opening a code mirror instance at the bottom of your browser, and it loaded the file where you clicked on, and then you can just go around. This is a prototype. This is not really done, but it works really great already. I used it to fix typos in this talk. And it works really great because you can just, same thing as the inspector, same technology behind it, it works. And once you close it, we can go on. So this works a little differently it uses the same loader technique we saw, but we have to do some kind of things to open the editor and to update the content. So I'm going to spill the beans and show you how I did that. We can just use WebSockets because the Vite dev server has a WebSocket to send information to the browser. It needs it to make hot module reloading work, but it doesn't stop you from using it. In fact, it's just documented on the Vite docs. You can write plugins that send custom notifications to the browser. So yes, we just have to send an event to our plugin that tells them, hey, I want to open this file. And the plugin answers with, hey, here's the content of that file. That's it. Like 10 lines of code. Yeah, a few more because we need to do some security stuff. We don't want people to hijack it and read arbitrary files. It has to be in our workspace and stuff like that. But at the heart of it, it's 2 WebSocket messages and it works. And saving it is the same, just backwards. You send a message, hey, I have these file changes. I want you to save it. And we just use write file sync to write it. And one step in front of that is quite important. We compile it first. Because if you change the code and you introduce a compile time error, the whole page just breaks apart and you can't continue working. Compiling Svelte from another plugin is currently not possible until you replicate Vite plugin Svelte. But in a future version, Vite plugin Svelte is going to expose an API hook so other plugins are able to compile Svelte components to find out if it works. And this is what Svelte inline editor is doing. And it's all it's doing. It's not more. It's really, really, really simple. So, are we finally there yet? You tell me. Did you like it? I do. Like I said, this is a prototype. Bringing up a full code mirror instance is overkill in many instances. Like when there's a static text only, you probably just want to change it inline. And this is going to work. Like I have to think about some things and I'd love for you to come up with ideas how to do it. But technically you could do stuff with mutation observers and content editable. So you just click on it, change it, and it goes back. It's a little bit finicky to find out where exactly you want to go with this because larger applications likely have translation files, so the strings don't live in the Svelte component. So you don't want to update the Svelte component, but something else. But we can figure this out too, because like I said, the Vite dev server, it has all the knowledge. It has this module graph. And even if you want to go beyond that, we can write custom plugins. Like you could even hook up database updates to it. It just works. So this is a proof of concept, but it's really great. And it helped me write this talk in a faster way. And I hope you come and help me finish it. But for today, we are here. And well, let's change it up with some editing. Oops, that's the wrong one. So I have no clue if I overdraw it or if I have still some time, but I'd like to take the time to thank some people. First and foremost, Marie, my awesome life partner. She had my back all the time and didn't care that I spent nights at the laptop. Rixo, he's the one who made Svelte HMR and helped me build Suite way back. We owe him, all of us, because without Svelte HMR, nothing of this would have been possible. Also, Björn Lu for co-maintaining Vite plugin Svelte with me. Thanks for having my back. And Ben McCann, he can't be here unfortunately, but he's relentless with making Svelte kit work and awesome in working with Vite 2. And Tan Li Hao for making awesome video content. He actually made a great video about the first iteration of Svelte Inspector. It's on YouTube. You have to check it out because it's amazing. And yeah, I haven't seen you. I'm sorry, but like, thank you so much. Come up, like, come up here, come up. This man, he made a video, compile Svelte in your head. Go watch it. Like, not today, not tomorrow, but the day after. It's really that great. Yeah. Yeah. So, and last but not least, I want to thank Patak of Vite because he's making an awesome ecosystem tick so much, and Vite HMR is just the start. With what I've shown you today, we can build an amazing dev experience with just a few plugins. So the future is bright, and it's not here. It's tomorrow, and it's going to be different. Yeah. And last but not least, a few things have been used to make this talk, and Vite plugin View Inspector was a huge inspiration to make the Svelte Inspector, and Svelte Kit and Vite obviously, but also MD Specs by Pete or Penguin, and Shiki for the code highlights. It's awesome. And the evolution art is by Wikimedia Commons, so great people there too. That's it for the talk, and I'm going to make this repo public in a few minutes.
Give it up for Dominic, everyone. Tay just had to step away, so I'm going to be finishing up here. But everyone go follow Dominic G on Twitter. No, you're not on Twitter. You don't
sorry.
do socials.
No, I don't do
GitHub.
social media, sorry.
GitHub. Dominic
Yes.
G and then /Svelte Summit 2022. Is that the repo?
Summit 2022.
Summit
Like, it's
2022.
public in 10 minutes if the Wi-Fi lets me.
What an innovative tool, though. This is going to change the way that we develop our applications.
Yes.
Incredible.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Give it up. All right, everyone. So we are going to be back in here at 2:30. Is that the correct timing? It was an hour and a half. It's a little shorter than that now, maybe an hour and 15 minutes. But at 2:30 our time, we're going to go and excuse everyone for lunch. Go and have a bite to eat, refuel yourselves, get excited about our upcoming talks after the break, and we will see you back at 2:30. All right? Yay!
Hej hej. Allt bra? Funkar? Hello, hello.
Welcome back, everyone, from lunch. Is everyone feeling refueled? Got your energy levels up? Some caffeine. I tried to stay away from caffeine. My husband told me I had caffeine toxicity. He's like, you were doing this on the stage. Like, you need to stop drinking caffeine. So I stayed away from caffeine, but I'm up here. I'm trying to get some energy back, but I hope everyone is refueled. And we have Ran and Johannes here to talk about Svelte in USB Knowledge Graph. And I'm very excited to hear this talk. So, UBS. Did I say USB? I did. See, I can't do this. I'm messing up names. I can't even get my own name right anymore. So UBS Knowledge Graph. I'm going to hand it over to them and let them give their talk.
Thank you. Am I audible? Yeah? Okay. Before we start, I just want to say a word of thank you to the community. We come from the corporate world, and we're a passive consumer of this open source software, and there's little we can do to contribute back to the community, and so the least we could do is say thank you for all these people around here. I mean, I've tried to say it personally to people. It's quite difficult because everybody is maintaining very old profile photos. Kev has a photo from his university times. Rich was still single, and so it was difficult to identify people. So it was not our project would not have been possible without this amazing community. Right, so I'm Ron, I'm a developer, and Johannes is our UX designer in our project. We're working on a project building a knowledge graph within UBS. Now, as we know, the data in the corporate is it lives in separate silos, and each organization within the bank or within the corporate is keeping its own. And our project is trying to curve a path towards open data using the knowledge graph. Now, for the web developers around here, we speak in JSON LD language, the way that Google consumes your SEO data, so your website will be optimized. We also consider ourselves as web developers, but we don't do it for the web. We do it for internal application within the bank. But we kind of aspire to deliver reusable components as you would as a web developer across the web. But within our spectrum, everything is queryable. The templates, the components, the queries, parameters, every damn component relates to something. Right, so our knowledge graph is kind of based on a microsite architecture, and we have publishers and consumers, and those consumers may or may not have its own UI. At the very early beginning of the project, which it was 2 years ago, luckily Svelte was already version 3, so we had the luxury to pick up Svelte. There was the idea of building something that delivers content within a microsite kind of kept us away from this monolith framework React components that you would see across corporates, where you look at those set of components that are already defined, the way that they're styles and the long list of props that they accept. It was no way. So we picked up Svelte, which was super smart, and we're very happy for doing that. So we deliver those microsites as part of those microservices, and within the knowledge graph, we have collections of entities and their types, and every microsite may have its own graph that has its own data service. You may call it a pod also, and it has its own APIs, and those APIs can be defined by even a component that we build ourselves, which is a query editor that you could write a query and it would define a query that is maybe dynamic or not, and you could actually publish your data even further. Now, picking up Svelte was quite easy because there is a huge buzzword around the bank called technical debt. Everybody is trying to get away from technical debt. What it means is actually software that resides within, and I have to jump back to, I think I missed those numbers, right? 70,000 people working for the bank, 5,000 applications. It's a lot of complexity and stuff, and we're talking about only 5,000 applications. Every application has servers and softwares and hardwares and people around it, and it's all pretty complex. Which brings me back to this technical debt, because then you get legacy code like everywhere. And Svelte was fitting as a glove because those microsites, they need to be shipped fast, and for many of those that worked in the corporate world, if you would walk down the stairway, you would usually see people in front of Excel, Tableau, Power BI, and this is how people consume data from the organization. And when you're thinking about it, Svelte replaces those tools. And what we actually do is that we ship this bundle together with those microsites. And the choice of Svelte was like less code, less dependencies, pure front-end code. Everybody's happy, less technical debt. Now these people have virtual desks in the corporate, so it's not the usual laptops that we're holding. It doesn't have the much memory and capacity, so you don't expect the browser to be able to do crazy things. So the bundle has to remain small. And we also ship this bundle as data, so it's just yet another microsite artifacts alongside all those queries and templates that we ship to browse the graph. Yeah, just a rough skeleton of how it looks like. So we have like a set of core components that we call the core library that we package. So locally we do npm link, and but when we go prod, we npm package it, and then it could be used by any other microsite. So per default, we ship to every one of those microsites generic default app that is that has this skeleton with predefined templates, and it kind of serves as a generic data browser, but you have also some admin abilities and ability to manage the model and the APIs around it. But it's extendable, so you could also ship custom UI on top of it, and have your microsite having a bespoke component functionalities or dashboard for any purpose. A side note about scaling up components, I think it would probably be important for those shipping Svelte in production in a large scale. These are like one of the most important notes I took to myself when developing components, is that we have to identify critical components, and when skimming through our components, I was like, we have to identify what are those actually critical components that might not scale, and came up with certain characteristics. One of them is which of the components is mostly reused by other components. So that's a simple one. You could just search the directories and see which one is popping up first or most. We have a component called label, which actually renders a link for a given resource in the graph, and that is everywhere. And to make it scale, we really need to reduce any reactivity for these components, and make sure that we kind of export or outsource any boilerplate functionality that we could throw somewhere else. I'm not talking about importing it from other components, but just not having it there to make it more readable. And And then we have these data-intensive components that do all these error handling, empty state, loading states, and all the side effects of getting data output into a slot. And to scale it, the bottom line is shielding it away, shielding the slots away from any unwanted data structures. We don't use TypeScript, but it's just a matter of time till we will use TypeScript for exactly this kind of purposes. Just to finish my part, this an example of a bespoke component that it's within the bank. We call it Bank on a Page. The idea was first very simple. Somebody came up to us, somebody very important, and says, I want a tree map of the organization. Just show me counts and costs of applications. And we're like, okay, cool. Then we looked up the web and like, okay, D3, this library, that library. And I said, no, that we have to do it the Svelte way. And luckily there was a very, I don't even know who to credit, but this library that spits you out a tree map algorithm. You give it an array and values, and it spits out the tree map. And you could take the coordinates, and there you go. You have a tree map. So it was the first time that somebody implemented a tree map HTML-like. Otherwise, you would have to do it vector graphics-wise, and I hate D3. Maybe I shouldn't say it, but it's not my way of doing stuff. So this is how we do it, and luckily we got the requirement just came flooding in. You had to start to filter the data for the tree, color the tiles, order the tiles, sort the hierarchies, add a tooltip, size the tiles based on a certain value, highlight certain tiles based on values, browse data for a given tile, sum up data for a given tile, and then different domains came in. So you want to show costs and counts and technical depth, like you have applications, do they have outdated software? Show it. And then came sustainability. You want to show the power consumption for applications, and all of that was actually possible because we've decided to make it a Svelte like the first place, and it was pretty fast to implement. Luckily, we had Johannes to put a lipstick on it, and it looks nice. Yeah, so yeah, that was my part.
Yeah, cool. Let me just quickly switch this around. All right. How are we doing? All good? Yeah. So I'm gonna talk a little bit about CSS. So I hope we have someone here who is a bit excited about CSS. At least I am. Cool. Alrighty, so I have 3 points that I would like to make. 3 things that I've learned about how to organize CSS in an enterprise of this size. So as Ran mentioned, at UBS we are about 70,000 employees, and there are over 5,000 applications under active development. So I guess you can imagine how many development teams are working on those apps. It's a lot. So with all that comes a big problem with creating consistency in styling, right? And I want to talk a bit about what we did specifically in our project to organize our CSS. So the first point I would like to make is to use design tokens. And this was really a mistake that I made in the beginning because we didn't really have any design tokens properly defined. Well, we had some, but it was not really a system. And when you don't have a system, you tend to expend a lot of energy on decisions that you actually don't need to make. And your design is becoming inconsistent because of it. So it really helps a lot to make those decisions up front, because what happens then is that you're limiting your choices, right? So defining those tokens really makes your life that much easier. So what are design tokens? Well, they're really the atomic parts that makes up the design of your application. So normally what comes to mind is like color, as you see here. But think also about the spacing system that you want to create. Let's say you're using 16 pixels as your default size, which is quite normal. Then you can start creating variations based on that, so you create a harmonious scale. So you can half it, or you can double it, or you can triple it, and then you have a couple of predefined options to choose from whenever you need to create spacing between elements. Same thing for font sizes and the typography. Again, it's about limiting your choices in order to create harmony. Elevation, like how does shadows look and what kind of function do they have in our design? C-indexes. So how many times haven't you tried to like force one element on top of the other by applying a random number between 1 and 9,999? I know I've done. So instead, define a couple of values up front and then you stick to those. Again, limiting your choices to make your life easier. And the easiest way to use design tokens is with CSS variables. So you normally define the variables on the root selector, which is targets like the highest level element in the DOM, right? And then you can use them for any selector that you want throughout, like here for the body element, for instance. And if you're using a preprocessor like SAS or less, then you can create a file for each type of token, and that keeps things like separate and easy to maintain. And then you can import all of them into one index file. And that index file you can then import into your components and reuse those tokens when you need them in the components, right? And the beauty of this is that when you have defined your tokens, you have so much of your foundation in place, which leads me to my next point. To set up a solid core theme. And it's very compelling at this point to like start building out all the cool components for your app. I know, because this is what I used to do myself. But what I would really urge you to do here is take a little bit of time to set up what you could call like a kitchen sink page with all of the native HTML elements. So grab something like from this gist here. It contains all the HTML elements and you stick it on a page and feel it out. So how does it look raw and how do you want it to look? And this it may seem really basic, this, but if you do this, you're helping your future self so much by simplifying things. So how is the heading structure? Do we have proper sizing for our body text? How does the line heights feel, etc.? And start building it out based on those tokens that you've set up. But at this point, it's really a give and take. You may start noticing that your tokens, they don't really work the way you thought they would. Maybe some of the colors, they don't fulfill accessibility guidelines, etc. Contrast is too low. Well, then you go back and you change them. And it's really like a dance back and forth here. So you define your tokens, it's like your little Lego bricks, sort of. And then you start building, and then you find out with some of your bricks you can't really build the way you want it. Well, then you go back and refine them. And you will create new ones along the way as well. And what happens when we do this is that now we've set up really smart defaults. At this point, we don't really need to have classes for everything, right? To look according to our design. So if one of our custom components, it doesn't have specific CSS styling, it would still look okay because it will fall back on our core theme. So it becomes this layered approach. Your tokens drive your core theme, and your core theme is driving your components. All right, third point. This is something I've dived into recently, started learning more about. It's about breaking out your tokens and distributing them as npm dependencies. So you don't have to do this, but I found it super helpful, especially in a big organization. So you take your tokens for your colors, your typography, icons, etc., and you make them into installable packages. And you can even take that whole core theme that we just created, and you can distribute that as a package as well. So now if you quickly need to set up a new application, you want your company's standard CSS to go with it, you have all the building blocks for it. And this makes it super powerful and convenient to distribute your whole CSS system to different parts of the organization. So, to sum it up, use design tokens, they really help. Design a system that keeps your decision making to a minimum. 2, set up a solid core theme, and this is something that's often overlooked, which means that for every new component you will have to keep resetting font sizes, line heights, etc. So help yourself by setting up smart defaults. And 3, distribute your tokens so that the wider organization can benefit from your system. So these are the 3 things that I've learned about organizing CSS, and I hope it's been helpful for you. Maybe sparked some insights. Maybe some of you are curious to set up your own system. Anyway, thanks a lot.
You guys all set?
Questions?
Just a short credit. The sketches you've seen is our talented backend developer Tony Seal. Thank you for that.
Woo! Give it up for Rain and Johannes, guys. That was amazing. I'm very passionate about design systems. That's actually what I did before I was at Netlify. I worked for Granger building a Svelte design system into micro front ends. And I did a talk for the Svelte Sirens on building design systems in SvelteKit. So they didn't talk about it, but there's actually a SvelteKit package command where you can do those NPM packages yourself in SvelteKit, which is really cool. My talk is maybe a little outdated. I haven't updated it for the new breaking changes, but we'll see. All right, I still have not heard from Tejas, so I don't know when he's going to be back, but we are going to just play with that and go ahead and go into the next talk, which I'm very excited to hear more about, because I know everyone here has probably seen the macOS website. Have you seen it? Yes. Yeah, it was amazing. And at first he did it in React, and I think we're going to learn today how we migrate a React library to Svelte, and I'm very excited to have him up. Peru VJ, please welcome him. Woo!
Better? Oh, nice. All right, so Hey folks, my talk is about migrating React libraries to Svelte. I'll show you step by step how I converted an existing React library to Svelte and made it smaller and faster. But before that, a few questions. Who all here are the Svelte devs? Everyone, yeah, thank God. Second one, who have been React developers in the past and don't do it anymore? Nice, good numbers. And those who still do React. That's fair. Alright, so what exactly is the problem here? React's ecosystem, as you know, it's giant. It's really big. Svelte's is not. Boom. Now, I know that many of you are going to disagree with that. And I don't want to get X thrown at me, so I'll explain this point and try to convince you as well. But before that, let me introduce myself. Hi, I'm Puru Vijay. I'm from Jaipur, India. And I'm a BTech student currently. But by evening, I put on my hacker hoodie and get to work on StackBlitz and open source stuff. I also write blogs, which you can find at my website, puruvijay.dev. And those of you who know me from Discord would recognize me as this cat right here. This is how I go on online. So, with the intro out of the way, let's get to the whole song and dance. Now, coming back to this statement, this is sort of the consensus on internet. Svelte's ecosystem is small, not very small, but not as big as the competitors like React and Vue. A counter argument to this is that React's ecosystem exists to fill in the flaws of React, to fill in the chunks missing in React, because yeah, it is very lean. It does not shove in much stuff. For styling, you have to pick between either CSS modules or one of the CSS and JS alternatives, like style components, JSS, emotion, vanilla extract, goober, etc. For animation, you have framer motion, React Spring, remotion. Stage management, you got Redux or Redux toolkit effectively, because let's face it, if anyone now starts a Redux project, they won't go with plain Redux. You have Jotai, which is my absolute favorite from the React ecosystem. Jotai fans here, anyone? Jotai. Hey, there's two. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. And your zoo stand. And of course, you ultimately end up dynamically adding and removing classes for styles. And for that, you have to use CLSX, which is made by our very own Luke Edwards. Is he here? Luke Edwards. Anyone? Oh, shit. He should have been here. Finally, forms in React are an absolute pain. Regular old forms which require clicking on submit button are fine. But when you venture into real-time territory, it becomes pain. It is really big pain. And for that, you have to use another library called React Hook Form. But then, let's come to Svelte. You have everything built in. Styling, style tag. Animations, all built in. State management, let is your best friend. And stores give you global state superpowers. Dynamic classes, not even a thing. Just use a class call in syntax and you are done. Real-time forms are a breeze thanks to two-way data binding. Svelte has a whole package built in. So, what exactly is missing here? What if you need to drag? What if you need to make a draggable element? Svelte does not have it built in. So you basically write a very small Svelte action and you apply it to a target element like that. And you're done. Is it moving? Oh, it's not. Wait, let me show you. I think you already know what's going to happen, but still, it's fun to do. Please drag. Oh, yeah. This, yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. And boom, you have draggable now. But what if you want to make dragging on just one axis, either horizontal or vertical? You change one line here, and now the x-axis won't change. Hence, it moves in only one direction, which is the y one. Okay, where is it? Oh yeah. Yeah. Now it's like limited to only one axis. Nothing much here. But what if you want to do some crazy stuff, like control the position using your own state, or change the axis based on what user has selected, or bind the draggable to a very limited area only so you can take it out of that area. You wanted to emit the event so you can listen to drag events and maybe do some stuff, I don't know, like console.log, hey, I dragged, something like that. Or you want the element to be draggable only using certain elements. As in, we don't move our suitcases around by dragging the whole thing. We only have one small thing. by which you move it. It's like handles basically. And at this point, you have to memorize this stuff too, because now you're dealing with a lot of numbers in very small amount of time. Then you end up with code that looks somewhat like this. Yeah, this is really big. At this point, you could just turn it into a library. And it makes the situation nicer to actually have a library that just works. Shameless plug coming. This is a shameless plug of my library NeoDrag, a tiny 2 kilobyte library to make your elements draggable. Now, how is this relevant to the talk? This library is a handwritten port of the amazing React Draggable library. Kudos to React Draggable folks. And the talk is about converting React library to Svelte. So it fits, and I get to shamelessly plug my own stuff. Yeah. So is this talk about moving React Draggable to Svelte? Not really. As you saw before, the code for a draggable library would be giant. You literally saw. We could simplify it by cutting down on some of the functionalities, but that would really make the whole thing very uninteresting and unnecessary at that point, because anyone can do that. And on top of that, dragging is just boring. It just is. We are the Sveltians, folks. We don't like boring stuff. We just want to have some fun. You can look around the community. We like having a lot of fun. So instead of some boring draggable, let's throw a party. Yep, we are going to take an existing confetti library and move it to Svelte. The library we are going to be looking at is React Confetti Explosion. Props to Ethan Her for creating this amazing library, but hey, Ethan Her, if you are watching this talk, please stop now. And there's going to be a lot of criticism of your code. No, nothing personal, just some stuff. Yeah, sorry. So here we have all these props you can pass to Confetti Explosion. We are gonna make sure that our component also accepts all these props. And some more info about it. It is a little on the heavier side, almost 17.1 kilobyte minified and broadly. That would be almost 40 kilobytes unzipped, I guess. 40 or 50? Oh, I guess 40 or 50. Okay. No one really knows how that shit works. Yeah. So it's not really heavy, but I want to see how small I can go with it. I like to go as small as possible. This package relies on 2 packages, which is Lodash, and from that we are using 3 functions, range, round, and is equal. And also relies on this library material UI /styles, which we are going to get rid of easily because, well, it's for React only. Second, it's deprecated, so we can't really use it at this point. So now that we have got an overview of the weight of the package, let's actually look at the code. And before we check it, we check the files first as usual. So only 3 files to work with: index, styles, and utils. Nice. Generally, it's a lot of files for a bigger package, and then it's a lot of pain. So this is the index.tsx. Oh, it's not scrolling. Okay, never mind. Click. As you can notice, we have a bunch of constants here. Then you have an interface, which is just for the props you pass to the component. Finally, you have a little function that generates all the particles. Yeah, we'll look at the function later. And moving on, we have the component props and everything, the definition along with the props. Now, before we go ahead and inspect the body of the code, let's convert some of what we saw until now into a Svelte component. This helps keep the cognitive load low. So folks, first lesson here, always create the component and props first. That makes things very easy in the beginning. Now, this code on the right contains only the props until now. Because Svelte component definition is just the file name, we are just gonna name the file confettiexplosion.svelte and it will work. We don't have anything else here. And just for some further clarity, let's get rid of the copied code on the left side. Much smaller. And of course, if you open this in VS Code, it will be all red. So don't try this at home, people. Yeah. So let's see if there's something else we can move to Svelte directly right now. But before that, how do you determine what you move first? Where exactly do you start? Because it's a complex thing moving. Where do you start? If it's not reactive, just copy it as it is. As a rule of thumb, if I don't see some stuff using React's reactivity or life cycle or literally anything that React exports, I copy it without even thinking. This is a way to get the most obvious stuff out of the way and develop some momentum in the refactoring process. Following that rule, I see create particles is just a pure function that takes in 2 arguments and returns an array. No JSX, nothing, no use. So I will directly copy it as it is. And we have it here. And particles computed with props is now a reactive variable, as you can see there. Now we have very little code on the left side. But here's where our hurdles begin. Now you can see the use styles. We don't need to check its code base to see if it uses React specific features or not. It starts with a use, so of course not. Should we go deeper into the rabbit hole of React specific parts now? Into the use styles? Not yet. We still should check around for some constants and helpers. Let's get all of them in one place before we move on to the more complex stuff. Remember, we have another file named utils. Utils generally has copy pastable stuff there. So let's check that. And hey, no JSX, no React, nothing. As it is copy. So we'll just copy it and put it into our Svelte file. So here's our component with the new utils added in. As you can see, I put all the code into script context equal to module and not a regular old script. Why? Simple, I like to keep my Svelte specific code in the regular script and all of the other stuff like constant variables, functions that have nothing to do with Svelte's life cycle in script context module. It's just for better organization. Svelte is smart enough to automatically take out the code into the module scope. So it doesn't matter where you write it. It's just for mental models. I also moved create particles up in the module context as it's just a pure function. It is better suited to context module according to the mental model. I know you really can't read this code properly. It's too small. This slide doesn't really require reading the code in its entirety. It's there more to get a feel of it. In some of the future slides, the font will be bigger while I explain the code. Now, should we move on to the style.ts file? I've been talking about moving there for last 3 times. Well, not the 4th time either. Yeah, we still have some more stuff left to analyze, some simpler stuff. So let's analyze that first. So this is our markup right here. We have an opening div with a dynamic class. My experience with this is that classes.container gives you a string, a hashed string. And with the string are styles attached as CSS. Something like this. So yeah, that's one ugly string. And coming back, let's analyze the first line again. Because this is Svelte, we can just use its built-in scoped styling. So this would just become a regular old class equal to container. We can already see simplicity at this point. Next one is the array.map, which becomes a hash each particles as particle. Yeah, by the way, I think many people are like, why is it like a hash? I've read online, many people have a discourse like, why is it a hash? It looks ugly. To those people, folks, this is beautiful. I know what you're talking about. It's beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah. Yeah. So I converted it directly to an each block. Now I see another div with a dynamic ID, a class named particle, and a key. And it has a div as a child already. So turning it into Svelte is just this. And finally, most of our HTML markup is done. Notice I did not put a key on that each block. Simple reason, in React, because of the virtual DOM, you need keys for React to be able to make sense of different elements. In Svelte, that problem just isn't there. If I was running Svelte transitions here, I would definitely use keys though. Some of the specific transitions. Have to say, I'm really liking the Svelte version right now. Let's just look at it. It's so beautiful. It's a piece of art. I'm not kidding. Okay, that is the styles.ts. I'm finally there. And wow, that's a lot of code. Let's try to understand it a little by little. We have got some constants here. These will copy paste as it is in our Svelte file. A bunch of TypeScript interfaces. The fun thing, we need none of these. First interface is the classes that use styles returns. We won't even have a use styles, folks, so why even need that? We are not bothering with that in Svelte. Second interface is the color and particle. We haven't really seen the code where it is used, but I have, and I can guarantee you that it's not there. We can get rid of it as it is. And third interface is to pass to the use styles, which is not going to be there in our code base. So bye. Now this is a little rough, this part. It's taking the array of rotations that we copied from utils file and applying reduce on it. This is how the output is going to look if you check it. Now, how did I get to this? Because I already know the array being used. We had that predefined in our utils. You didn't get to see that, but well, it was there. So mentally, I can make sense of how it's going to look. But that's not always the case, as you'll see in just 1 second. Let's come back to styles. Oh yeah, scrolling issue again. All right. So let's come back to styles.ts. So we made some sense of rotation keyframes. We don't know where it's being used yet, but it looks like styles in a JS object, and it must definitely be the JSS styles. Then here we are doing something similar, something a little similar. But this time we have a reduce inside a function being merged with a separate object. Man, I hate reduce. People who hate reduce, please. Okay, not many. I'm disappointed. Anyways, this will give us a JS object of different x and y keyframes. Like this. The x-axis keyframes go on for who knows how long, and then we have an individual y keyframe just at the very bottom. That is just translating to the floor height, aka to the bottom of the stage area. However, this is where realities of refactoring someone else's code comes in. I did not come to this conclusion that this is how the code would look initially. I was much closer to panicking. Like, yeah, I sort of look like Private from Madagascar at this point. I'm like, what am I looking at even? Really traumatized. So I don't really understand what this is doing. No worries. I move on to the other code because that might help me understand it better. You know, it will give me some context when you read the whole code at once sometimes. So I move on to the next piece of code, and yeah, it's even, wait, let me show you the whole monstrosity. This is the one. Yeah, this is even scarier, yeah. So yeah, at this point I was even more traumatized, literally, not gonna lie. Come on, slider, why do you have the issue? So yeah, I try to make some sense of it. We got a lot of math up here. Now, I don't really understand math at all. I'm pretty bad at that, even in university. So yeah, but the thing is, it's fine. I'm not trying to change the logic of this library. I'm just trying to replicate it into Svelte. So I will successfully ignore this part and focus on the styles being returned under it. Now this is some CSS in, is it? Yeah, it is. Now this is some CSS in JS code. Now we are referencing some keyframes, setting some Bezier curves, setting width and height, etc. Still, this is very confusing for a developer who had been looking at this code for like half an hour or maybe even an hour at this point. I'm very close to taking a break at this point. The break while refactoring, not now, I'm still here. Which, taking a break in developer speak means putting this project into the unfinished projects graveyard, which I think we are all guilty of. So, anyways, I still don't understand this code. So I move on again. This part, I start scanning, and yeah, it's not making sense to me again. However, as I go down to this section right here, this starts making a little bit more sense. This part, this is literally just CSS. This is literally static. It's actually JSS, but it's actually static. I can copy it as it is directly. So yeah, so I take all these styles and copy them as CSS to the Svelte version. I also use SCSS just for the indentation niceties. Of course, this is not enough. It doesn't really show anything on the screen. We need to go back Oh yeah, it actually doesn't show anything on the screen. 1 second. Yeah, this. We need to go back to the use styles function to understand this and implement it here. Let's go back to it. Now I'm staring at this code for around 10 minutes and I still can't make sense of what is going on. I know there are keyframes being generated, dynamic properties being applied, but how? In what manner? And how do I emulate that in Svelte? That's the biggest issue. So tired from all of this, I just go to a pre-built code sandbox demo and watch some confetti explode, which is always very therapeutic, and analyze the DOM elements. And guess what I find there? Yep. A bajillion keyframes. And the thing is, this is not the whole code. This is only a fifth of what all I found there. And that's only for 30 particles. The default in the library is 200 plus 30 particles. That's not even confetti. That's nothing at that point. So it should minimum should be 200, literally. And the keyframes and styles for that amount is around 3,000 lines of generated CSS code. If you have 200 particles, the generated CSS will be 3,000 lines. Yeah. That's why Ethan Her, I asked you to stop watching at a point here. Sorry. For a measly, this is for just 200 particles. Like, I'm not kidding. And if you closely analyze it, they are not even different. They are not even different keyframes. They are actually just one keyframe animations. They only have different values in them. Only different values, ultimately. And that is when I finally understood how to bring it all together. All the code to generate the keyframes and styles, that all applies to every single confetti node. And most of it is highly redundant. It is generating 2 new keyframes for every single particle. We don't need separate keyframes for every particle. All we need is just one keyframe for one, and we just give it different values using CSS variables, which is the modern solution to this. So first, let's just try to recreate the dynamic CSS with CSS variables. So this is the first time we saw the reduce. This is just for the rotation keyframes. I will copy it just as is. The dash rotation variable, we'll pass it later on. The X and Y keyframes, I will copy them as is. Also, I will convert the translate X and translate Y to translate 3D for some hardware acceleration. Like seriously, if you're not using translate 3D, there's some issue. There's a big issue. Yeah. Again, variables I will pass later. Just look at how much simpler it looks. Just this small part, left and right. And the styles on the left, the dynamic ones we copied as it is to the right and replaced the dynamic parts with CSS variables. Look, simple. So this is how our complete CSS looks now. This is all it is. That scary page user styles, that just turns into this thing. This is it, literally. Yeah. This. Yes. Shout out to Svelte for being so amazing. Now this actually looks sane and parsable now compared to the CSS and JS hot mess we saw in the original code base. This is just so much better. It's so much better, like literally. Now it's time to provide all the CSS variables to our elements, so our confetti can work. Now, how do we do that? Yes, Svelte action to the rescue, folks. Svelte actions are epic. I'm not kidding. Yeah. Underrated. Very underrated. So let's modify our code to use Svelte actions. Right now, this is a bare bones empty action. Let's fill it up with all the CSS variables we saw. But before that, we need all the maths. And because I don't know math, I copy it as it is. I don't even look at what's there. It's some complex stuff. So we have the math finally. But the problem is we are getting some red squiggles now. This thing. Oh, yes. So our math relies on a degree variable. And where do we get that from? Remember the HTML markup we wrote before in the each loop? Do you see the particle? That is actually an object with 2 properties, color and degree. Degree, we're going to get that from here. Basically, every single particle has its own degree. So we can pass that to confetti styles action. So this usage becomes like this. Use confetti styles equal to degree. We just pass it as it is. Now finally, all we need to do is set the CSS variables that we provided already in the CSS that a CSS expects. And it's these. Yeah, now all our variables are pretty much set. And we are still missing out on some things like the color and the dash floor height variables. We are gonna pass that right here using this syntax. By the way, style colon syntax is the absolute best. Absolute best. Thank you, Svelte team, for a lot for this addition. Yes. And our confetti is done. Did it break? Yeah, it's done. Did it blow? Oh, there's a lag. Thank you. And finally, our package is fully functional, but there's still one problem. We still have Lodash left here. Material UI was eliminated because, well, it's Svelte. And to get rid of Lodash, it is very easy. I'm going to create some small functions myself for this specific package. We only have two functions left, round and is equal. Initially, we had a range too, but we got rid of it during the create particles. Yeah, I deleted those slides, so sorry, that part is not here. Never mind, moving on. Now round just rounds off number with a specific precision. I found a nice code for it on Stack Overflow. Pretty much this, a one-liner. And for the is equal, we are only comparing arrays of same size and with full of numbers. So this is literally it. This is all it does. And now our package is 100% dependency free. And what about the bundle size finally? Remember the originals bundle size? Anyone remember the originals bundle size? 17 kilobyte broadly. It was 17.1 kilobyte broadly. Oh, it was already there. Never mind. Shit. Can I get any guess? Never mind. Okay. Can I get any guesses how much the current size may be after transforming? Anyone guesses? 1. Whoa, that is ambitious. Okay. But the percent 1 is actually the closest. It is less than 2.5 kilobytes now. Yeah. Okay. That is almost 7 times smaller, and it's faster too, as there is no virtual DOM, no CSS in JSS, very little runtime, and most importantly, we are not generating thousands of lines of CSS in the browser. I would say this occasion calls for some confetti once again. Pretty much. Yeah. And I published this little package on NPM. You can find this on as swell-confetti-explosion. Yeah, it's PNPM, not NPM, because PNPM rocks, folks. Literally. Yeah. And that was my talk. Thank you for coming. Thank you. Thank you. Sure.
Sorry, one more time for Puru, everybody.
That was incredible. It was awesome to see. Yes.
We're going to invite Josephine to come set up while we just fool around, I guess. Okay, so did you like the talk, Brittany? Did something stand out to you?
I did. I love using the CSS variables. The talk before was also about using like CSS variables, setting up your good defaults and stuff. So I like how we connected two talks together too. It's awesome.
Yeah. One thing I liked a lot was I don't know like any math at all.
Oh yeah.
Is what he said. Dude, I could relate, man. What is like 2 times 3? I don't know, 8. It's like. No, but like as a Svelte beginner, you know, or let's be honest, I haven't even started. But like. He mentioned this action thing with use. I've not seen that. So wait, if I understand correctly, you put a use attribute on a, like when you render a Svelte element, use equals, and then that's a reference to some function that is called where the first argument is the DOM node.
Yes, so use colon and then the function that you're calling, and then that is actually gives you access to the node, the DOM node.
Okay, and then if you want to give it more arguments like degree.
Params is the second argument. Is that?
Okay. That's, wow. Look at this. I'm learning. This is the best way to learn a library. Or learn a compiler in this case. Cool. And then, I've known this about Svelte for a while after watching Rich's like first controversial talk about it, where he basically just, rains on React's parade a little bit. But also, Svelte is a compiler. I've been hearing this a lot. But when he said there's just no virtual DOM at all, I was like, whoa. That's a big statement. That needs to go on like the website of Svelte or something.
I think it might be on there.
No, like in
somewhere.
big words.
Like
No
just big
virtual DOM.
right across.
Like a big red virtual DOM and then like a cross through it. Because that's huge marketing. Free tips. Not that y'all need it. I mean, look, 220 people. Also, I found the side-to-side comparison was really cool. He's like, look at this and look at this.
Yes.
It's a really good job, Puru. Can we hear it one more time for Puru?
Awesome job.
I feel like there's an elephant in the room. Because like I see some of you, you're like, where was he? I'm an elephant killer. Not really, just like if there's an elephant in the room, calm down. So I'm gonna tell you, but it's maybe not. Now I did mention earlier that the locks in the bathroom. Maybe it is.
Did anybody check the bathroom?
Yeah. Who? Nobody came for me. Who? Huh? Where were you? Screaming. I needed water, and there was a bowl in the toilet. Anyway, I guess we'll never know. I think our next speaker may be ready. Are y'all ready over there, or should I keep? No? Okay. Well, let's play a game. Let's call it Where Was Tejas? I'm joking. Let's not do that. If it helps, I haven't abandoned y'all. I just, nature calls. But maybe I can flip it. Let's crowdsource ideas.
Yeah,
Where
do
was
that.
I? Shout out ideas. Yes. Huh? Drinks? Drink. That would actually have been better. Yes. That's the thing. That literally, like this talk, it finished, and then I was like launched to like Ghana. Yeah. That debugging reacted production. That's actually the closest thing. Locks in the bathroom use React. That's the tie-in. All right, our next speaker. This was a fun game. Thank you all. Give yourselves a round of applause for like screwing it. I was gonna introduce the next talk, but Kevin shows up going like, no, don't do it. Brittany, how's it going?
It is going well.
Was it fun emceeing solo?
I feel like you do a much better job at filling time than I do.
Yeah. It's called.
I'm glad to have you back.
Am I allowed to swear here? I mean, yeah, okay, it's called shit talking. It's my like number one
Maybe
skill.
I should get better at it.
I'm on tech Twitter. It helps. Whoever's on tech Twitter, just learn from all of the experts.
Yes.
Okay.
Go for it.
I won't say no. Now I'll have a problem when you stop. Why are you stopping? That's right. See, you started it. If you stop, If you stop. That's yeah.
Did we get you caught up on all the Svelte stuff?
I think so. Yeah. Hey, that's actually. I wanted to do this. You reminded me of a bit I wanted to do. Have they been behaving? In my
The
absence.
audience?
Yeah.
I feel
Have
like
they
they've
been
done a
celebrating
pretty good
people for
job.
existing?
Yes. How do you feel everyone's been doing? You feel like everybody's been supportive?
It's the worst
like
self.
that was like the weakest thing.
That is literally the worst self-assessment I've ever seen in my life. Like,
No one believed in themselves
yeah.
at all.
It's like I've been people's managers, right? And I usually like have them fill out a self-assessment, and then there's a manager assessment. And the self-assessment usually is like, I think I've grown in this and this and this, and I'm like, yeah, you've grown in more. That's kind of what this was. It's like, have you all been doing a good job? I don't.
I think.
How Swedish of you. Am I allowed to say that? How German of you. Did you like it? Yeah, it's okay. The Americans, at least from what I've seen, this is probably offensive. I'm sorry. Like you'll DM me on Twitter and I'll ignore it. That's what's gonna happen. Anyway, no, but like.
I think we just accepted it this point.
Yeah. Some of the Americans, you like, how are you feeling? Yeah, woo! Sometimes I miss America, Are we good there, or should I keep monologuing? Keep monologuing?
Keep it going.
How do you so there's an awesome GitHub repo by Shruti from the React community. I'm not going to say her last name because I will mess it up. But she, Shruti Kapoor. How do I mess up Kapoor? Anyway, she's part of the React community. We should maybe steal her. Anyway, but she has a repo of developer jokes, which they're awesome. I think they're how you receive them. So if you laugh and stuff, he's giving them a thumbs down over there. He's like, "This is not gonna work." So good. I get to just do stand up. Keep doing that, man. She has a repo of jokes. I'll tell you one of them, and then you can either boo me or laugh. You choose the kind of person you want to be today, okay? Enemies. So how do you comfort a JavaScript developer?
You console
You
them.
console them! Yes! Nice. Nobody's booing except these nobody's booing except
Party poopers
yeah,
in the
that's
front
right.
row here.
Code of conduct, everybody. Anyway, so you just got off stage and you're back, man. Kevin, do you want to do the talk? I'm joking. He's like, I'm under so much stress right now and you mess with me, really? I'm going to spend, the main dude's here now. This is so much fun. Anyway, we might as well, talk about our next speaker while this is getting set up. Do you know Josephine?
I do know Josephine. Josephine was on the Svelte Sirens a couple of months ago. Go and watch that talk. It was incredible.
Yeah.
Working with Storyblock, but she's an amazing person and very happy to have you here.
I also know Josephine. We were at the same conference last week in Freiburg, in Germany.
Amazing.
Storyblock is literally everywhere. And I'm a little bit jealous of Josephine because she gets to go to work every day and work with Facundo at Storyblock, which, shout out Facundo. He's a developer advocate.
I know, Facundo Giuliani. Right?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, excellent person. Yes. Like if I'm having a bad day because these guys booed me, we didn't boo you. Yeah, it was from the ground. The freaking floor booed me. That's right, yeah. Who did that? Anyway, if I'm having a bad day because the ground boos me, okay. I look at Facundo. His name sounds a little bit unfortunate now that I say it like this. Anyway, but I look at Facundo and he smiles. And I'm just like, wow, today's the best day of my life. He's like this kind of person. And can you imagine going to go work with that every day? Yeah. Are they hiring? Are you hiring? Storyblock?
Yeah, always.
See? Yeah. So if you want a new job, do y'all do Svelte? Yeah, I guess, yeah, you're tough speaking. Okay. Svelte jobs, Storyblock. Where I work, we're also hiring. Damn it, I shouldn't have said they're hiring. Anyway, how are we feeling? I'm almost out of content. Not really. I could talk for a long time. But no, so Josephine and I arrived here to this hotel, right? And I went to the hotel gym, and I was training a little bit. And then, Josephine walks in. I didn't recognize her at the time because, conferences, you meet a lot of people. But we kind of just accidentally met in the gym in this other city. And she was like, wait, weren't you at Smashing Conf? And I was like, yeah. And so you're just, always at the same conferences. A friend of mine calls this the traveling circus of speakers. Because you go from conference to conference, and it's kind of like a family, but you also perform, what it is. Anyway, are we ready?
Yeah.
Yes?
We're ready.
Okay, he's not doing this anymore. So hey, everyone, we're gonna hear about DX magic from Josephine. Give it up!
Woo! Thank you so much. I didn't know it was going to be this complicated, so thank you for your patience, and also big thanks to Kev for fixing everything. I wouldn't have been able to do that on my own. So hi, I'm Josephine. I'm part of the developer relations team at Storyblock. And today we're going to talk a bit about DX. We've already heard from another person this morning, but this is going to be a little bit less technical. So just in time for getting ready for the next break. So to kick us off, I have a little question and a guy from my favorite TV show. What do costume design and developer experience have in common? Anybody know? All right. We're gonna keep that in the back of our minds, and I'm gonna answer that in a couple of seconds. And yeah, that's what we're going to talk about today, and about how you can create works. Let's see. Oh, somebody's typing. That's good. Joy. Yes. Delight. Should have thought my position through. Awesome. Cats. Well, yeah. That's a good one. It just works. Yes. Awesome. I love the participation on this one. Yeah. Nice. And we already see some things come up more often, right? Ease of use is also a big one. Efficiency, smooth, speed, satisfaction, yes, documentation, tools. Oh, you guys just don't stop, do you? That's awesome. I love pink themes, yes. Okay, cool. So we got a little bit of an overview. Yeah. I didn't. Can we stop this? No, I'm just gonna move on. You guys are a bit too enthusiastic. All right, we're moving on now. But I'm glad you're in. This was going too far. All right, so there were many good points that you mentioned, and we've seen it's a variety of factors, right? It's not that one thing. There's a couple of things that come up more often that apply to many things, but it also depends a little bit on what you're working on. And one thing that came to my mind was, that's also the answer to my question with Joey, it's you don't notice. A good custom design and good developer experience, you're usually going to see it if it's not good, right? You're going to notice if it's a bit clunky. And if it's good, maybe you'll just have like the best time, but you're not going to see or you're not going to realize. And that in the end is also part of developer experience, besides all the awesome things that you just mentioned. And in the end, it comes down to, well, developer experience being user experience for developers, right? You want to make sure all the interactions that people, in this case developers, have with your tool are good and they're meaningful, and yeah, they create a good experience, basically, right? And so thinking about this, I was also thinking about, like, why are there tools that are not good? Because we're developers, we create our own tools, and why are there tools that have not so good developer experience? And I guess part of it is, well, we all like riddles, right? We like solving problems, and we're like a bit of a challenge, I guess. And maybe if it's too fluffy, then it's not it doesn't seem technical enough. But in the end, these things that keep us from reaching our goal, we're not going to recommend them to our friends, and we're going to go look for something new in the long run, right? So I don't want to wallow too much in the sorrows of these negative tools. I want to talk about something more joyful. So who here has worked with Svelte or SvelteKit? Yes, nice. So I mean, that's why we're here, right? And how was it? Yes, I thought so. Good, nice. So I guess I don't have to tell you, well, Svelte is very popular. This is the Stack Overflow survey from 2021. This is 2022, so still very popular. Then we got the State of JS survey, where Svelte is also doing very well in terms of satisfaction and in terms of people who are interested in that, right? I keep trying to say we are so popular, but I mean Svelte, of course. So it's really popular. That's why you all are here, I guess. And the community is raving about it. SvelteKit is up and coming and super popular. There's lots of praise on Twitter and on Reddit and everywhere you go. So we get it. It's very popular. It's amazing to work with it. But why? So we talked about the, the magical bits before, and let's explore a little bit what we can narrow that down. So I faked this because I didn't know my tool was going to work. So in the end, it comes down to good developer experience being the core of all these things, right? Happy developers and all these things that you mentioned before, cats being a very important one. And all these different factors are very different for the different tools that we use. So we want to kind of boil it down a bit so we can actually transfer that to other things that we will build. And we're going to try and narrow it down to 3 key points here. The first being, well, you want to make it so easy to use that your users don't actually notice they're doing the work, right? You want to make all the stages of the user journey as quickly and as effectively as possible, and that can mean many things, some of which you already mentioned, like rich documentation, use cases, community support. I mean, community, hello. Keyboard shortcuts, all of these things that make your life a lot easier, keeping up with conventions, for example, and also boiling it down, like less is more. You don't want to overburden users. How can you make the user journey as concise and as efficient as possible? And how can you make it easier for your users to reach their goal? So, I mean, we're going to think a little bit, but you don't want to exaggerate the cognitive load for your users, basically. So they can focus on the important bits, if you will. You also want to, I mean, if there is no, if it doesn't work, there is no DX, right? So if there's no functionality, you don't have to think about making it more fun to work with. Stability and performance are really important point here. And you want to make your tool reliable because, well, how are your developers going to sleep at night if they don't know that your tool might go down? And so that creates trust. And yeah, that basically you want to make, well, I mean, options are good and freedom is good, but more options also create more problems in the long run. And you want to anticipate these issues, basically, and try to, well, the more options you create, you also want to you want to anticipate what could go wrong and maybe ease the way a bit. And then last but not least is consistency and clarity. So is your tool or your service, is it descriptive enough for people to use it without or little instruction? And if they need instruction, do they know where to find that? How to get the job done, basically? And can you also transfer the knowledge that you gained across the board and maybe use that in other places? So yeah, basically, are you providing a riddle or a roadmap? You want to have transparency and visibility, and you want also for things like not overwhelming your user and giving them all the information that they possibly at some point in their lifetime need. They don't need that all at once, but you want to guide them through it, right? So we got these 3 points, and we can use them to check whether something has good developer experience or not. And so before, we were asking ourselves, why is Svelte so popular? Well, is it easy to use? Yeah, right? I thought that was the core idea. Might be wrong here, but it's really easy. It's very little code. It's user-friendly. I don't really have to tell you this, but for the sake of it, you have less code. There was confetti earlier. And there are many great ways to learn and things to make your life easier, like the accessibility warnings that give you hints on what you can improve, for example. And all that makes it more maintainable in the long run. So I guess we can put a check on that. Does it work? Well, yeah. We've seen very popular brands also already mentioned earlier using Svelte already in production. The performance is great, has also been mentioned earlier. And there's some really good results. And Svelte Kit is coming. I guess stability doesn't really apply there yet. That gave me some sleepless nights in the last couple of weeks. But overall, the user journey is really joyful, right? We have the community support, and even for things that might be a bit tedious, like the migration things, there was a script, there was clear communication, so everybody knows what's happening and why. So I'm going to put a check on that as well. And was it clear and consistent? Well, there's documentation, there's many great ways to learn and to find out. You're guided through it all, so you really know where to go. It's opinionated in a way that provides you guidance and lets you figure out how to do things in the long run. And there are many suggestions on how you can improve. And as far as I understood, the recent updates to SwelteKit, for example, were also to improve the consistency overall. So that's also gonna pay into that. So I'm gonna put a check mark on that. And we got it, right? It's not magic. Of course, there are always things that can be improved, but there is, to the madness, there's some theory or some background to that, right? It's good developer experience. And knowing about that, what do we do with this? Like, why do we care? So we can look at these things when choosing tools for our own work, and also, of course, reevaluate our experience on an ongoing basis. So we can check, like, do I still want to work with this? Or is there maybe something that's going to just make my life a lot easier? And of course, you can apply it to the products and projects that you're working on and continuously ask yourself, like, how can I make this even better? And there's one last example I want to show you. So at Storyblock, over the last couple of months, we've actually built somewhat of an ecosystem of SDKs to help our developer community integrate Storyblock with their favorite technology. It's from the ground up. It's still pretty young, and mostly thanks to my amazing colleague Alex, who's over there. Yes, Alex. Yes. Nice. He got the whole thing going and started, and keeps it moving forward. So big thanks to him. If you haven't heard about Storyblock is a headless CMS with a visual editor, basically providing you the freedom to work with your favorite technology like Svelte. And if you work with editors, they are in a user interface where they can just put in their text and build their sites without having to deal with all the technical things. So basically, best of both worlds, and everybody can do their job in peace. And so a long time ago, let's see if this starts. Please start. I'm going to try again. No. Well, okay, you can imagine. That was a recording of a very, very, very long and tedious tutorial showing how it was done a long, long time ago. So back then, you would use probably Sapper and Svelte to work with Storyblock, and you had to install the Storyblock JS client, which was the tool that we have like at the bottom of it. You connect that to the Storyblock API, then you get all your stories from the CDN, you load your components, you sync the changes from Storyblock, and then you create like an editable variable to edit your components. And much more. I'm sad that it's not loading because it was really long. And I don't want to bore you too much with the details because I tried to recreate it and it sadly did not work. So it was not impossible, but it was also not a lot of fun. And that's why we decided to basically make our own life and our community's lives a bit easier. And this is now the Storyblock ecosystem. So we try to create, make it as easy as possible to work with their favorite technologies and Storyblock. And the approach is kind of a little bit tailored for each framework, but then again, also very similar across the board. And we had a look at what the majority of people what their user journey was and how we can make that as short and as smooth as possible. And it started with some small improvements to the Storyblock JS client and then grew into this beast that is ever evolving. It's got started in our DevRel team and currently is maintained. So if you have submitted a GitHub issue and it has not been answered yet, that's because it's conference season. But we will get around to it. And this way, we were able to drastically reduce all the steps that it takes to integrate Storyblock with your favorite technology. And we created these articles. They're called 5-minute tutorials for all the popular frameworks. And we're trying to make things even faster. Of course, so how does that work? So I'm imagining you already have your Svelte or SwelteKit project, then you can install our SDK. And then you can initialize your library and just add the API plugin and your access token. So that's something you get from your Storyblock space so that you can connect the space to your project. Then we'll fetch our content from the Use Storyblock API. And we do that in the page.js to get our data loaded before we're actually rendering. And then we need to listen to our changes from the visual editor. So that's where people would put in the content. And we need to set up the Storyblock.js bridge for that. So that's a tool that comes with Storyblock, and it's going to enable you to show the real-time changes, basically. And then we import our Use Storyblock bridge and our Storyblock component from Storyblock Svelte. And then we can already create some components, Svelte components, if you will, import them in our init function, and that's basically all. And oh, please work. Ooh. Does it start? Yeah, but how do I get over there? Sorry? Yeah, but how do I? No. Wait. I don't even know where my mouse is, so that makes it really hard to do anything. Oh, wait. Down. Okay. Yes, so you see your changes in real time thanks to the JS bridge. That was a lot of effort for an 8-second video. And now I need to get back. Like, oh no. I'm just going to stay there and see if the keyboard works. Well, anyway, but it works, right? So that was all it took to get it up and running. And now you can start and build your app and make it editable for your users. And oh yeah, it's working, great. So if we just really quickly return to our pillars that we defined earlier, we can have a look at, so was it easy to use? We installed one package, it was 4 quick steps, and we did a group effort and it worked, right? So I guess we can put a check on that. We also drastically reduced the complexity, and yeah, well, it did work, so we're going to get some points for that. And in terms of consistency, we tried really hard to make it as similar as possible across the different frameworks that you could possibly use it with. So I think last week we released some SDK for Astro, which, yeah, so that's also worth checking out. And then there's one for React, for Gatsby, for Next, you name it. And of course, if there's a new framework and there's not an SDK yet, you can always return to the Storyblock.js client and try it yourself. And yeah, these steps are as easy or as similar as possible, I guess you can say. So that's going to be a check mark for the consistency. So I guess on paper, we passed the test for a good developer experience. But of course, that's not really what we care about, right? I don't want to tick off a list. We wanted to improve the developer's experience, so your experience. And we're super curious to hear what you think and how we can improve. So if you're ready, you can start always with the 5-minute tutorials and see if you can do it in under 5 minutes. So always a good challenge. Or if you want to dive a bit deeper, there's a series with multiple parts guiding you on how to create your own little website with Storyblock. And make that interactive. And you can find all these. I tried to create a QR code with multiple links, also linking to the GitHub repo, for example. I really hope that works. But you should be able to scan that and get the links. But of course, they're also on our website. And the last couple of weeks have been a wild ride for anybody writing documentation or tutorials on Svelte Kit. So if there's anything that's not working, just reach out. We're in the process of fixing it. Just bear with us. But you can always reach out, submit an issue on GitHub, or yeah, reach out on Discord as well. And we're always happy to help. It just might take a little bit. But we always want to hear how we can do even better. And if you're by any chance already in the business of spreading some Storyblock and Svelte love around, we have an ambassador program as well. And there's some perks. It's currently being reworked. So I guess just come and let's figure out how we can work together. And yeah, in the end, I mean, that's kind of what it comes down to, right? We've seen how we can create tools that have good DX. And when building or selecting tools in the future, that's something that we can keep in mind, both for our own peace of mind and others. And yeah, that way we can make the tools better step by step. After all, good developer experience is happy developers, and that's always a good thing. So thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the conference. It was a blast.
Great job. Give it up for Josephine, everyone.
What an awesome talk. Is this what Svelte Sirens is like all the time?
Yeah, I mean, we have a talk every month.
Wow.
We try to have as many, so it's women, non-binary people, and then we say allies. So if you're an ally to us, like, you're all welcome to come and give a talk. But yeah, every month we have someone from the community on that shows us how to either integrate something with SvelteKit or use Svelte with some tool.
That's awesome.
But it's amazing.
That's awesome. Where are the talks? Online?
So on the Svelte Society YouTube channel is where we have the talks. They're live streamed, and then we have SvelteSirens.dev, which is where everything lives scheduled and stuff. Bubbles. All the bubbles. And we will talk more about the bubbles tomorrow. There's a Svelte Sirens luncheon coming tomorrow.
Nice. Yeah. Awesome. Hey, what a talk.
Yes.
What a talk. That's so good.
We always talk about Svelte being kind of like magical, and we like that, like that good DX feels kind of like a little bit of magic.
Yeah, and I'm seeing that firsthand today for the first time, actually, because I'm a part of Tech Twitter, so everything's awful instantly. As soon as it's released, it's like bun, right? It's awesome, and now I hate it. Like within the span of a week. So it's really nice to like dive in a little bit. What did you find? Anything in that talk where you felt like this is good to amplify for a beginner?
Yeah, I feel like those points that she made and that good DX, good UX all kind of just disappears. Like, you don't really notice those things because it just works. So that's something that's always been like a key point for me, is you may not even be able to tell that you're having a good experience because it's just doing what you want it to do.
That's awesome. Yeah, someone said the best technology often is so good that it's invisible, and it just lets you. I like that. Yeah, I was also a bit sensitive to the accurate and rightful shade being thrown at breaking changes. Sorry.
Poor Rich.
Rich is like, I'm sorry. We're not 1.0 yet. I get it.
We'll get there one day.
Yeah. Yeah, and then, and then I'm guessing 1.0 means 1.0, so it's just a matter of time. I would actually rather it be this way, as an outsider, right? I would rather use something that is, I kind of feel like an insider now, to be fair. But anyway, as an outsider, I feel like I would rather have something be before 1.0 and just like go through the season of breaking changes and iteration. And then, when you decide, okay, it's kind of stable 1.0, and then I would expect,
And then you have a good, better product for it.
Yeah, exactly. And the best thing is the community is along for the ride here. So you're all contributing to something that's going to be, 1.0 and stable, and it's just going to be phenomenal. So, cool. I also, so one thing really stood out to me in Josephine's talk, which was the statistics of like happiness survey and popularity. Like I've been like indoctrinated with React propaganda. Really, like I go to React conferences usually, and it's like React's the best. We're like, you downloaded 16 billion times a day and all of this, and the wait, is this Svelte propaganda? What is true anymore?
The State of JS survey, and then what was the other survey that? Stack Overflow.
Okay, so it's not propaganda; it's just truth.
2 surveys where it was.
I did not know Svelte was so far ahead of React on these questions like that.
It's lovability though. So like we've always talked about this curve of like, as things get used more, that curve kind of drops a little bit. So React is used more right now, but we're working on like that curve going up, and hopefully, because Svelte is so magical and good DX, the curve will still keep going up with love too.
Yeah, I'm. Yeah, I really, honestly, after those statistics, Josephine, I really want to make something with Svelte, just to experience it. Yeah. And guess what? I work in DX, so I also was very inspired, by the way, Josephine, with you shared this diagram of like Storyblock having a React and then a Svelte and then a Vue. My company is a database. You need support for all of these things. So I'll probably be the Svelte guy internally Thank you, conference. You've done a good job. Give yourselves a round of, yeah. I'm gonna be pinging people now on GitHub and Twitter for help. Cool. With that, we have a break. Another nice long break. You know, the break. I've heard mixed opinion. Kevin, where's Kevin? Feedback for you, Kevin. I've heard he's not even here. I've heard.
I think he's out running.
It's fine. He's out running the conference.
Doing actual work.
Imagine the organizer just like, yeah, everybody's working. I'm just gonna. No, but I've heard mixed things about these breaks. Some people are like, I feel like 1 hour is way too long. I have to talk to people. But then others are like, oh, it's nice. So what camp? Oh, should I do this? Should I divide the room? How do we feel if you? No, I mean, you can be honest. We're a welcoming community. Do you like long breaks? Yeah. Okay, that's good. I didn't want to pressure you into that. So I like long. I go to a lot of conferences. I go to like, honestly, I don't even know how many. I think it's like 30 or something conferences a year, right? And in these conferences, like, there's the stuff on stage, which is awesome and valuable to learn from, but there's also the hallway track, you know? Yeah. It's where you hang out in the hallway and you're just like, what's up? What do you do? Where are you from? And like, you just learn, and then people tell you about, like, I learned this. I learned islands architecture. I didn't know that, you know? I don't know a lot of things. Can I swear here? Is that? My favorite, like, quote from Ozark. You watch Ozark? Netflix? Yes. Anyway, Ozark fans, where you at? Okay, y'all need to watch that. It's good, not DX, but like TV watching X. It's a good show. And in Ozark, there's this character who's very aggressive and she swears a lot, and she's like, I don't know shit about fuck. And I'm just like, my people, you know. Anyway, break time. So we're going to have this break an hour. We're going to be back here at 5 p.m. for the last round of talks. Brittany, will you let the people know what's next and then let them go? Yeah, exactly.
Sure. Let me bring up my.
It's my tactic because I don't know what's next even.
Pass it off to me.
Pass it off to But
I think
Brittany's
we have
on.
a couple more. Yeah, we have 3 more talks coming up after the break.
You okay there?
Attached to a microphone.
This microphone's hungry.
So we have Thor coming up after the break on data visualizations powered by Svelte. I need that caffeine back.
Yeah.
I talked earlier that my husband told me I had caffeine toxicity, so maybe now
we need to start vibrating.
The caffeine's gone, so maybe I can have caffeine this break.
Yeah. Let's all get something to drink, get something to eat, talk to people, and we'll be back at 5, okay?
Get powered up.
Is it?
small talk.
Yeah, we're applauding we're applauding half in the right direction because some applause needs to go over there. Hey, thank you.
Yes, thanks
Thanks
you.
a lot. These are the unsung heroes of these events. They work so hard to make sure everything works smoothly, and then we applaud this way.
Yeah.
So I'm glad there's some balance. Okay, this next talk is about, oh my god, that's really bright if you look at it directly. Data visualizations powered by Svelte. What more do you really need? I can think of a few things I need, but there's before we get into it, Brittany, I want to talk to you about tips you'd have for people who want to speak at conferences.
Oh.
Off the top of your head, because you speak at conferences, and you probably speak to people who want to speak at conferences. So if someone here wants to speak at an event,
Put me on the spot there. Let's see.
this is the best way, because whatever comes, it comes unfiltered. You know?
Take feedback. Get as many people as you can to like review your talk. Someone said to go to like Code Mentors and just have 30-minute sessions with people. Sit down, like do your talk, get feedback, use the feedback, interact with the crowd.
Gee, thanks.
Right?
This guy shots fired
That's
over
a
here.
very good point.
Yeah. He's in the Boo Crew. They have a name now.
They have a name.
The Hater Zone.
Hated themselves.
This is tech Twitter right here. No, but okay, that's good. Would you be willing to mentor people who come to you here at this conference? I don't mean to put you on the spot.
No, absolutely, yeah.
Same. If you want tips or advice or anything. I bring this up, by the way, spontaneously, because this talk sounds very similar, the title anyway, to a talk that we had earlier today, right? And I hear this a lot from people who want to be speakers at conferences. They're like, oh, I feel like I have nothing to talk about because it's probably going to be the same as what everybody else is talking about. People do this and they're self-conscious. And I say this over and over again on a loop. I'm like, hey, listen, yes, these technologies are open source and there may be overlap, but it doesn't matter because you have your unique thing. And even if it's the topic title sounds similar, it's going to be different, it's going to be unique, it's going to be special. So this talk, for example, is largely focusing on SVGs and things like Viewbox, which I don't even know what that is. I've heard about it in theory, Viewbox, but I'm expecting to learn that. So with that, can we give it up for our next speaker, Thor? Everybody.
Thank you. All right, that's 17 minutes gone, 13 minutes left. And thank you for keeping the talk going. That's really impressive. All right, we'll go through what's needed to make a smooth visualization, but without using any visualization libraries. And this is achievable in an easy way thanks to Svelte. And with Svelte, we'll make this visualization rich. I will build upon Michelle and Matt's presentation. I don't know where you are. I can see you. Right? And I hope Brittany and Julian don't find that many code smells in my examples. I got a bit self-conscious while listening to their talk, but we'll see. I'll go through 3 topics. We'll start with SVG, and I hope to inspire you to just try it out and get your hands and keyboards dirty. And then we'll look at Svelte stores for transforming data, and then with the help of Svelte, we'll look at animation transitions. So, starting with SVGs, show of hands, how many know what an SVG is? That's quite a lot. How many has written an SVG? That's also quite a lot. Okay, I'll just skim through. No problem. There are 2 main concepts about the SVG elements that I would like to cover first. And the first, well, the first 2, no, sorry, the first is the viewport, and that's the attributes height and width, which describes our actual size of the visualization or graph or icon, and it just tells us how large the element is, and it doesn't affect, well, it kind of affects, but not in a serious way, the content of the SVG. And the second is the view box, which I found really confusing from the get-go. I tried changing the parameters and didn't understand quite what happened or why. But what we see here, the view box takes an X and a Y value. That's our starting point for our box. And what we're creating here aren't pixels. Well, it's pixels, but we're creating a coordinate system rather than a box of some size. And the width and the height parameters, they defined how far to the right we go and how far down we go. And by changing width and height, we're effectively zooming in and out of the view box, and changing the X and Y parameters, we're moving the view left to right and up and down. So here we have a grid that we have created. It goes from -100 to 4 and 200 width and height respectively. And one thing to note with SVGs are that they are going from the top left corner, that's our origo, so 0, 0, and then going to the right and down. And this creates some headache, at least in the beginning, because when I want to position a column, I usually start at the bottom, and then the column grows as the value grows. But here we have to think opposite, so that we don't. So Y0 isn't at the bottom; it's at the top. Yep. Well, we'll find a solution to that, I promise. Okay, so we have an example of a view box. It's X and Y 0, 0, and the width is 300, and the height is 200. And this is what we get. What's inside the orange rectangle? Is what we see, and the coordinates outside them aren't visible to the user. We can move the rectangle to the right by changing the X value. And we can also move it past 0 in both directions. And this is something I've been doing lately. I don't know if it's like good practice, bad practice, but it works. But with this approach, I've effectively added padding to my visualization. So here we have padded 50 units on the left-hand side and the top. And this gives the visualization some breathing room, because at the edge, it's a hard cutoff. This does create some other headaches, because our full height isn't 200 units anymore. It's 150. That's the bottom. And if we want padding on the bottom, it's 100, if that makes sense. So in the y-axis, that's 100. How I get around this, I define two variables, x100 and y100. So instead of using the width and height as my max values, I use the x100, y100 values as my max values that my data set can be inside. And then I add the padding on each side, which is minus, so yeah, you do the math. Okay, so we have our view box. Now you're all experts, and if it's still confusing, practice makes perfect. So just have a go at it. And what I probably should have done is put some element inside so that you see how it's affected, but you can try that yourself. Some homework for tomorrow. I'll go through some shapes that we'll use in our visualization. It's rectangles, lines, polyline, and text. And an honorable mention is the path element. The path is quite powerful. You can do a lot of stuff with it. You can draw, but it's a talk all of its own. And So I just keep it out of here. First off is the rectangle. It's defined much like the view box by a start x and y value. So that's where in our coordinate system we want it to start. And then it has a width and height. So in our grid, going from 0, 0 to 500 and 300, we want to place our rectangle. And we want to place based on this data set, quite complex data set. And we'll start with the first value, which is 200, right? Okay, so we want to place our rectangle here. And what I said about using the negative x, y value previously for padding, we'll just ignore that because it's a bit more confusing. Okay, so we want to place our rectangle here. And intuitively, I would place it at the y position 0 and then calculate the height. But that gives us this column, which is not at the start of our graph, but at the top. So we need to find the y coordinate with some math so that we can push it down to the bottom. And the rectangle, it doesn't grow from the bottom up, it grows from the top down. So that's also a bit confusing. Luckily, the math isn't that hard. It's just a Google away. And this is perhaps, going through the presentation, this is like the function I've come back to again and again. And it's just the unsung hero of placing stuff in an SVG. It takes the value, so 200 in our case. It takes the max value of the entire data set, so that's our domain. If we assume that we go from 0 to whatever value. And then the height is the height of the view box. And returned, we get the y value for the coordinate system. So using this newfound superpower, we can pass the value of the rectangle, 200, and get the correct position back. And the height of the rectangle is just the y value. No, sorry, the height of the view box minus the y coordinate. I'll take a sip of water while you read this. All right, so I recently discovered there's something called @const inside a loop, which is quite new. I should look there. It's quite new, yeah. New enough, which is quite handy when you want to use only do a calculation once for several attributes. Yes, what we see here, the presenter nose is so tiny, so it's easier to see here, or just make it bigger, right? I've added a margin, so to move the rectangle 50 units to the left, and then it has an arbitrary width that coincidentally matches the width of the view box. So we use the getYPosition function to get the y value, and then we use the margin plus index times width and margin again to move it, to move the boxes to the right, with some spacing between them. And yeah, the width of the column, rather than doing it this way, I use some reactive variable statement. I look at you. What's the correct term? Yeah, reactive something. And then we have a reprisal. I don't know if that's the right word. x100 makes it appearance again. So that's a function to note to get the width. with this, we have these 3 columns at the correct position. Next, we'll add some grid lines to help our viewers get a sense of what values these columns end at. The line takes an start X and Y position and an end X and Y position. And since these are they're just positioned along the y-axis, and they don't have any value themselves. They could have, but in this case, I just want 4 lines evenly distributed. And again, we use the getY position function to get these results. And here you can see that the only thing changing is the y values, leaving us with this. The next thing we'll look at are polylines, or one polyline, which is kind of the star of the line chart. We have an array of values that we go through, and then we call the getY position again, and we call the getX position. And in reality, these functions are just, it's the same equation. So it should just be get position. This code gives us this line, and that gives us this graph. And it's starting to get a bit complex already. Next, what we're lacking are labels, so that our viewers can see what's what. Text elements, they take an X and Y position and some content inside them. So here again, we use the values that we used for some domain. In this case, it's the domain for the polyline. So we want 4 labels on the right-hand side at these increments. So this snippet of code yields us this result. So the code shown what's on the right-hand side, and then we just do that again for the left-hand side. For the dates, it's a bit different. Here I like to have an array of consecutive dates that I make into an object. And what this gives me is a dictionary that I can look up the date and get the correct X position back. And this can also be used for time data for the polyline, if you're looking at dates or hours or something else. All right, so then we have this, which shows us some data set with the columns and chart, line chart. And now we'll look at how we can transform data, raw data, into something that will give us this. Svelte has actually helped us a bunch so far with diligent use of reactive statements. So when the input data changes, the entire diagram chart follows suit. All right, I want to talk about fetching data. I assume you all know that. But we have a store with our raw data, and when the data set changes, this store will be updated. And then it's something that when I've used it and kind of understood it, the power of it, I fell in love with it. Sorry, wife at home. Number 1, derived stores number 2. So when data changes, so here we take the data store in as an parameter, and when data changes, our derived stores changes. So we have our column and our polyline, and they expect different types of data. And with this setup, we can transform the data into what is needed. And you'll see here that I used the for each loop rather than reduce. Somebody hated on reduce previously. And the reason for this is that in a controlled environment, for each, well, looping over it once is more effective than using the reduce method. Yeah. All right. So with what we got so far, we were able to make this chart. And thanks to Svelte and our excellent coding skills, we were able to handle any number of categories at any values. And the changing color of the columns is thanks to D3 interpolates. So what else do you need in Svelte? Maybe D3 interpolate. Yep. But we can take this further. We can go from a static visualization to the visualization that lived. And with Svelte transitions, we can get our visualization to enter the view like a Don Juan. Oh man, oh man. I forgot to take a sip of water, so just clap again, please. Yeah. So this is where I build upon previous work. I'll demonstrate the use of fade, fly, and draw as transitions in order to achieve this. And then there's another bit. No, that's it, right? All right, so first we have our labels. They flew, thank you, yeah, flew up a bit from the bottom. And to achieve this, we use the fly directive, thank you. And right. And with so we're looping through the array of labels, and with the index we're increasing the amount of delay before the next label enters. And since we're going, we want to start at the top, but the loop, well, the first label is that one at the bottom. That's why I'm subtracting the index from the length of the array. With the x-axis labels, we're just fading them in using the default values. And the polyline, which were drawn upwards, uses draw, which you guessed, I guess, draws it point by point over some duration, in this case 1.5 seconds. And you probably saw that all of these had an if statement encapsulating them. And this is so that we can control when they enter the DOM and keep all of that logic at one place. And I think there's a gap in my mental model of how this works. So if you need an icebreaker for later, you can explain it to me. But I tried setting these transitions on several DOM elements at the same time, but only the last element actually animated, and the other ones just entered like nothing happened. So right. Perfect. So it's not my fault. Nothing's better than that. you killed that icebreaker, though. But I'm sure we can talk about something else. All right. Now for animating the columns, which probably is my favorite part. Again, I'll lean on previous work with Tweened stores. But here I start out with a value of undefined, and that's because I don't know the number of columns used. And this has the benefit of not rendering anything when the DOM is mounted. And here is my perhaps code smell. And there's an icebreaker for opportunity for you if you find it. But in my inside my script, I subscribe manually to the store. And when I get some data and the column is not set, it's undefined, I update the array 4 times or n times, depending on the length of the array. And then I wait for the value to be set before I do the next one. So that's how you get columns increasing one at a time instead of all of them going together. And later, if the values are set, I want to just change the value all at once. So that's the else clause there. And now we're able to show data changing like that. And if you noticed, the values on the right hand side also changes using Tweened stores when the domain changes. And also the polyline is also represented by a Tweened store. And that's that.
Thank you, Thor.
Give it up for the God of Thunder.
Yeah, that's right. How do you feel? Yeah, good idea.
It is beautiful.
How do you feel? Did he bring the thunder?
Yes.
This Thor be so cool he doesn't even need Mjolnir. Or Stormbreaker. Or Laughing Goats. Anyway, hey, the next speaker can come up. Rajan, good. You while you set up, I'll waste some more time. We're about 30 minutes behind schedule, meaning we're running super late. And I don't think we're going to finish on time. We're going to finish half an hour late. That's just how it is. It's not our fault. It's the tech doesn't work sometimes. Okay, it's unpredictable. But I would ask you, I know it's very tempting to leave in this beautiful and cold city to go outside and leave the conference, but it would mean a lot to the speakers if you stuck around and hung out and showed some support. See? Stuff happens, you know?
We do have an after party here.
And we do have an after party. It's right here.
Yes, it's here.
Yeah. So you kind of have to stay anyway. Okay, cool. Feel free to take as long as you want. The tech guy's back, which means stand-up comedy time. No, anyway, I did have some points to discuss here. Brittany, I saw you taking notes though.
Yeah, absolutely. I was gonna see what questions you have.
I have a lot actually.
Okay. Perfect. Why don't you start with your questions and then I'll see if they cover my point.
Okay, yeah, I did have one just appreciation, Thor. I mean, besides having the best name, is I liked how you drew attention to the view box and like showed this box, you know, like the orange box that like, hey, we're creating a coordinate system, and that was awesome. That was really helpful because I struggle with it. My strategy of the view box so far is I just change numbers and refresh the page, and I'm like hoping it's in the right place.
Like which way it goes.
You know? So that was really, I appreciate that. Questions. One, he did this thing with a curly and then @const and then assigned something and then used it later.
So yeah, and he mentioned a little bit about what that is, but you can declare variables inside of your templating markup now. So @const was added, I don't know, maybe 6 months ago?
Why?
Something like
Like what need?
So when you only need to use a variable once inside of a loop or some reason to add a variable inside of your markup rather than having it extracted to the JavaScript.
Okay, and this was my next question, which I'm guessing the answer. I can guess the answer, and you tell me if I'm right or wrong.
Okay.
Is there an at let? Probably not.
No, there is not.
I can see why. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay,
because
awesome.
why would you change a variable?
Yeah, that you just declare. Yeah, got
Yes.
you. Then I saw he used this like in directive.
Yes, so
Is
indirective.
that an animate in?
Well, no, the transitions have in and out side, so you can actually split them apart and do different transitions based on which side
awesome.
you're on.
It's so nice.
That's the subway.
Thunder! I actually thought it was thunder. It's not my lunch, okay? I know you were thinking it.
So I don't know why you would do this, but you could actually like fade a transition in and then fly it out.
See, I need to get used to having a library give me like first class support for animations, because this is just not a thing in React. That's amazing.
If you want to do the same thing on both sides, you use transition : in : or out : based on what you want to do.
I have one more question. By the way, this is not eating into your speaking time. Okay, cool. Just so you know, some conferences, they have like a big clock and it's like already going, and as you're a speaker, you're like, oh my gosh, I have only like 15 minutes left. You're good. We have the after party here. Anyway, next Svelte question is, he used this draw directive. How is that related to an in directive?
It's a draw directive?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know about that one. So I'm learning Svelte.
Hey, cool. I suddenly don't feel as much imposter syndrome.
Yeah, in draw. Oh, that's the SVG one. Okay, yes, I have seen
Rich just sitting there with his quiet, like, yeah, I made that.
I keep looking at Rich because he's answering all of our questions.
Yeah, that exists, sure.
But yeah, there's a Svelte logo REPL that you can use. I actually wanted to mention that earlier, that the tutorial and the REPL, if you ever want to try anything out or learn Svelte, like the tutorial is amazing, and then you can use the REPL to test anything. But that Svelte, the draw thing is in there with the Svelte logo.
Awesome. 2 more questions. There's been multiple talks about stores.
Yes.
There's a store tomorrow talk as well. And there's this derived function. I don't know what that means, but my question may be related. I'm curious how you would sync a store to some external source if you want to like hydrate a store from where a user left off or something like that.
I think you would probably put it in a different store. So there was probably a writable store originally. I think there was one in that block somewhere. There was a writable that had an array in it, just declared inside of the writable, and then using that inside of a derived store. So that derived store is derived the value from the original writable store. So it's using in store inception.
Okay, storeception. But I can when my store's in a certain state, save it to some remote source, and then when they load my app again, I can hydrate the store and like all of this. Okay, maybe a use case for a database. Sort of like React. Okay, yeah, that's good to know. Awesome. Cool. And then that's something I'm definitely going to have more questions about towards the end. But we are behind schedule, so I'm going to leave it here. One thing, you're doing great, by the way, as a group of attendees. Give yourselves a round of applause. Yeah. They're not applauding themselves, these two over here. Do you not like yourself? Or anyway, we'll work on that later. But no, it's good. One note I wanted to encourage you is, you're showing a tremendous amount of support for your speakers, so thank you for that. I'd encourage you to show more support for your speakers. Literally, like this energy of like, thank you for existing, and then thank you for coming on stage and doing this talk. And one way you can do that practically is if you see them take a sip of water, applaud that, because like honestly, I don't drink enough water myself, and if someone did that every time I drank water, I'd be like way healthier, right? I never drink water. I'm super dry right now. So yeah, with that, hey, so I met someone here who has, a lot of people have been telling me like, hey, Tejas, you have great energy. You have a lot of energy. How do you have the energy? And honestly, for me, this is just me being me. But I did meet someone with like me on steroids. Honestly. He's on his phone right now, but he's like, hey man! And I'm like, I want to have him introduce come here. I want to have you introduce the next speaker, okay? Can we give him a round of applause? So, the reason you're up here is because like your energy is unreal, dude. Happy to be here. So the next talk, is by Rajan. He's talking about partial hydration. I had the privilege of sitting just across from Rajan last night. It was awesome to hear the precursor. You probably don't know anything about the talk, but I'm gonna let you introduce this your way, okay?
Absolutely.
All right, awesome. Here you go.
Let's do it. Hey everyone, how are we doing? Great. So I look like this because the airline lost my luggage on the way here, but hey, it was all the trouble was worth coming here and seeing y'all. Yes. So couldn't be happier that we're here. So let me talk a little bit about me, and then I'll pass it off to our speaker. So my name's Assad. I'm an engineering manager at Array. And one of the awesome things that brought us here and involves us in the open source community is that we have people from all walks of life. We see anyone who is curious as an academic and a professional, and anyone who wants to unlock value as an entrepreneur. So what Svelte has done is crack developer experience, which is why we love it. And we did it by embracing laziness, getting away with data mapping that's not needed, and laziness makes great engineers, which is why we're all here. And with that, I pass it off to Raja. Thank you.
I did so much talking and the mic doesn't work.
Oh, there we go. Hi everyone. Today I'm here to talk to you all about partial hydration in Svelte. This is a pretty cutting edge, up and coming technology where you may have seen it before in some other frameworks. But I'm going to talk a little bit about how we implemented it. So a common adage that I hear is that we should be using Svelte for sites and React for apps. I highly disagree. I want to use Svelte for everything. I don't. I like that this is a safe space to dunk on React. There's been a lot of that today. And I think that this creates this false dichotomy that there's a real difference between sites and apps. It's as if we think that apps shouldn't be performant. They shouldn't ship minimal JavaScript. They shouldn't care about SEO and things like that. And I think we should. And I think that that's a lot of the Svelte ethos as well. And lastly, is e-commerce, for example, is that a site or an app? It's kind of halfway in between both. And so when we were developing e-commerce sites at Hyperlab, we wanted to find a way to get all the benefits of static sites, the speed, the performance, but still have that interactivity that we love in JavaScript and Svelte in particular. So to introduce myself, my name is Rajan Singh. I'm a developer at Hyperlab, and the people who actually built the things that I'm going to be talking about today are Morten Frisk, Jonathan Svenberg, and Alfred Ringstad. Jonathan and Alfred are here today. So why aren't they presenting this? That's a very good question. They both just came off parental leave, and for those of you that don't know, aren't from Sweden, there is nothing more sacred in this country than parental leave. It's as close to a state religion as you will have. There is an actual state religion. So both congratulations to them, and thanks them for everything I'm going to be showing you today. So what is partial hydration? Many of you are asking. Well, wait no longer. I will tell you. In a normal Svelte or React or whatever front-end framework app you have, you will most likely be loading all of the JavaScript code that you need to make your site interactive. However, with partial hydration, most sites are a mix between static content and interactive elements. So what we can do is essentially selectively hydrate only the JavaScript that we need to make our site interactive. So for example, an e-commerce site may have a cart, like an add to cart button, and then some maybe recommended personalized products for that particular user. And these are things that you can just hydrate on the client, and or even be lazy loaded
later. The markup will come with all the components, but then the interactivity will come with the JavaScript. So just check my notes. Did I miss anything? Yeah, okay. Hopefully that made sense. So I think I can show you all a quick demo of this. I built this super simple partial hydration demo. As you can see, we have the network tab here. I'll refresh this to make sure that you all know that it's not fake. Actually, I'll show you the code first. So it's pretty simple. I just have 3 counters here. I made them all separate components. One counts up by 1, one counts up by 2, and one counts up by 3. This is the basic Vite Svelte template. And I'll go into this syntax here later, but essentially we're going to be partially hydrating this double counter. We're not going to be hydrating this counter. And then way at the bottom, we have this lazy loaded counter. So as you can see here, if I try and click this guy, it doesn't work because there's no JavaScript loaded for this component. And the double counter, you can see that the JavaScript has been loaded here in the network tab, and it counts up like we expect. And then if I scroll all the way down past this lorem ipsum, this triple counter will come in. So the JavaScript for this component is loaded once it comes into view, which is very cool. And you can see that it totally works. Oh, demo works live. So huge relief. So you all may be really excited to use this in whatever you're working in Svelte. And there actually are already Svelte frameworks that support partial hydration. I really like this quote from Elder.js's site, which is it gives you fine control over what parts of your site are hydrated on the client and which aren't. So you really have to make those deliberate decisions. So the frameworks that support partial hydration are Elder.js, Astro, which has been mentioned a few times already today, and Crown, which is what we are developing at Hyperlab. And I can tell you all a little bit more about that. So our motivation for developing Crown is we wanted something that was a little less static site-y. So both Elder and Astro are really focused on delivering super fast static sites with maybe a few interactive elements. And we wanted to kind of get into that middle ground, where e-commerce is, because you have the interactivity that you would need for an e-commerce site, and also a lot of static content as well. And e-commerce sites can often have thousands of products and a lot of interactive elements, but we wanted to really minimize the amount of JavaScript that we were shipping to the client, which we do love in Svelte, minimizing JavaScript being sent to the client. Yeah, and we wanted to have a really nice developer experience as well, in the same way that Svelte and SvelteKit and how we've all been talking about developer experience today. So I can talk a little bit about why would you want to use this. So obviously the most important reason is performance. We obviously care a lot about performance on the web. It's a lot of the reason why we use Svelte. I just showed how this can be beneficial, and especially if you're lazy loading your interactive components, you can keep the main thread free and keep your site being fast and snappy, especially for SEO. So as we all know, a lot of search engine optimization is about keeping your site interactive. Google and a lot of other and search engines are now measuring time to first byte and time to interactive. So this could be another huge benefit. You still get a lot of the interactivity that you want from JavaScript while keeping your site fast. Development as well. We built this framework and the way we are doing partial hydration that kind of forces developers to think about what code they're loading. So every time we want to hydrate a particular component, it needs to be explicit. So when you're forcing developers to think about this all the time, it makes them a little bit less likely to ship unnecessary JavaScript to the client. And finally, caching. We know that caching is one of the hardest problems, along with what off by on one errors and naming things. So caching is really nice with partial hydration because you know that anything that you're only shipping the markup for is going to be something that you can cache, along with the components that you're going to be sending along to the client. And then anything that you want to hydrate, like a cart, for example, or recommended products for a particular user, that's going to be unique. You obviously don't want to cache those things because then you'll send somebody else's cart to the wrong user. So it makes thinking about that a lot easier, and it's kind of built in. Obviously, I don't think partial hydration is good for all use cases. Right now, okay, I know I said development was a pro, but also thinking about this is hard. I don't want to have to, it's really difficult to have to worry about every single component, whether or not I want to load JavaScript for it. And there have been a few times where I thought I had hydrated something, and I'm like, why isn't my add to cart button working? It's like, well, I didn't load any JavaScript for it. And then also tooling. I think we're still in really early days of partial hydration support. There are a lot of frameworks that support this out of the box, but you do have to kind of go through a not so well-trodden path. Kev has actually made an issue on the SvelteKit repo, so this could be potentially something that would be coming to SvelteKit in the future. I encourage you all to upvote it and give your contributions. And finally, props. This is also a common problem with server-side rendered frameworks like Sapper and SvelteKit. That props need to be serializable, so no callback functions, etc., etc. But Svelte actually does cover for you in good ways with regard to this. Yeah. So. I feel like I'm doing a lot of callbacks. There's a few different ways to use partial hydration. Island architecture, which Tejas is really excited about. So that's a way to only specifically hydrate, specify which parts of the app or which components you want to hydrate. And then lazy hydration as well, which is what I demonstrated earlier, where you can scroll to the bottom of the page, and once the intersection observer hits that component, then the code for that component will be loaded. But you can imagine that there's not just intersection observer. You can lazy load components based on any sort of state change. So for example, if a user logs in, there could be some more JavaScript that you want to load. Or media queries is another great example. Say you have like a mobile menu that requires a lot of JavaScript. You can set it so that that code is only loaded when the device is a certain size. And maybe even load something on hover if you're feeling particularly adventurous about the user's internet speed. Like how fast can the component come down before they click? Yeah, could be fun. Maybe once we have faster internet speeds. But yeah, essentially any change in state could potentially trigger hydration. Yeah. So what does this actually look like? I'll go a little bit into like the technical implementation. So as you saw earlier, the way we've implemented it is we make it so that any component that you want to load the JavaScript of, you either add a hydrate : before it or lazy : and then our Vite plugin, which I'll talk about later, will parse those. And this actually works really well with TypeScript. You would think messing with the component path would cause all sorts of errors, but the tsconf actually has a really nice paths property here. So you can command click and get all your type safety and everything without breaking Visual Studio Code or the TypeScript compiler, which is very nice. How does it work exactly? So we built this into a Vite plugin. I'm sure those of you that are writing Vite plugins probably recognize this function. This is where like all the magic happens. So what we are doing is we have this regular expression that looks through all of our import statements and finds the one that are prefaced with hydrate or lazy. And then we add it to an array in a JSON object, essentially a manifest to show where these components live and how they can be hydrated on the client. Then instead of actually loading the components, what we do is we generate this this patched component where we import the component wrapped around like what we call like a crown component like wrapper, and we send that back to the client instead. instead of the full like component with all of its JavaScript. So this is what the output markup would look like. So you can notice that there's a few props here. You know, essentially where the component lives, the mode. So if it's we want to hydrate it, or if we want to lazy load it, and then it's serialized props. And as well, the markup is already here. So this is what comes back from the server. So, you know, it's not like we'll have that flash where there's like, you know, the add to cart button isn't there and then it suddenly appears. All the markup is already there. And I actually copied this component directly from the server-side rendering of the previous demo that I showed you. Yeah. And then finally, how do we take this and actually hydrate it on the client? So we have two methods, and they're both pretty simple. Hydrate essentially goes through all of the elements in the DOM, finds the one that are crown components, and the data mode hydrate, and we'll then we have this attach function that will do some JavaScript magic to pull the necessary component and hydrate that on the client. And then lazy is pretty much the same thing, except we do this with intersection observer. So once the intersection observer fires, then we go off and hydrate that component. So you can imagine that there could be other functions like this, like hover or you know, media query, etc. So and then yeah, we just run them as soon as the client loads. So this is like our entire entry client.ts file. And you know, you can imagine as well that how we would do routing in this is that we would have to like attach and detach all of the components every time we do a page transition, and so we have some logic around doing that in our router as well. But that's kind of outside the scope of this talk. Yeah, I think that's all. But yeah, I do really want to quickly talk a bit about Crown Framework. So we have really, really loved working in Svelte at Hyperlab. We find that, especially for e-commerce, we get a lot of the speed and performance that you know, is missing from other web frameworks, and we wanted to kind of build something that we're right now using internally to help speed up the process of you know, developing online e-commerce stores in Svelte. And so partial hydration is just one of the things that we're working on at Hyperlab and on the Crown framework. You know, adapters for various different backends. So Shopify, WooCommerce, et cetera, like all of these are pretty standard how to fetch products and get them back in a orderly way. And then reusable components of stores, so like product pages, carts, et cetera. Caching as well. A lot of these things can be cached at multiple layers on like on the server, on the client, you know, stale while read validate as well. And then edge rendering. We've set this up so that we can generate code for not only Node and Express, but Vercel, Cloudflare workers, et cetera. So you really get that fast server experience as well. If you want to find out more, you can check out crownframework.com. Right now, we're still only using it internally. It still, I think, requires quite a bit more development before we can release it out in whatever way that looks like. But yeah, if you're working in e-commerce, we'd be really happy to talk to you. Please reach out to like anyone at Hyperlab. They are all wearing shirts with my face on it, so it should not be too hard to find them. Yeah, they surprised me with that about like 40 minutes before my talk, and you're lucky that I was almost in shock. I was not able to come up on stage here. Yeah, and the demo that I showed off as well is available at github.com/crownframework/Svelte Summit. So if you want to check that out, play around with partial hydration, see if you can hack it into whatever app or site or whatever else you're building, feel free. I make no promises for the quality of the code, though. I think that's all. Are there any questions? Or I don't know, I guess we're short on time, so you can probably ask me, but preferably Jonathan and Alfred, questions all about this at some other time. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Rajan. Incredible. Incredible. You know what's the ultimate like sign that this was a really good talk? As I was walking up here, I saw Rich going like, yeah, that's actually... It's like the Kevin Hart meme where he's like, not bad. Awesome. Great talk. Great talk. Yeah, thanks.
Yes.
It's one of those talks that's so good that I don't have any questions because he answered all of them. You know, like some great speakers do this. Like there was, I'm reminded of a few talks that did this today where like there's slides and I'm like, oh, that looks funny. I need to ask about that. And then like it's solved on the next slide. So I really appreciate that. For posterity, it was about the prefix in your import statements. I was like, what is that? And then he was like, yeah, there's a Vite plugin. And it just made sense. So appreciate that. We are getting set up for our next speaker, which, by the way, the after party is here after this. So don't be in a hurry and just walk out. Now, that would be a really horrible thing to do, you know? You're not trapped.
We're going to lock you in.
Well, I'm playing the good cop, clearly. Brittany showed up like, yes, you're trapped. No, but... yeah, so this next talk is about speed. We're building the future. Netlify, your thing says building the future.
Building the future of the modern web platform. I don't know what it
Yeah,
is.
see,
Building the future of the web together.
Building the future of the web together. And this next talk has a similar title, Building the Future Faster. Yes. I'm really excited. You're excited for this one? It's the last talk of the evening.
Everybody fire up.
Now, wait a second. I don't know if you're excited for this talk or if you just want to go eat and drink. Yes! Woo! Awesome. With that, I don't really... You have anything to add, or should we just...
No, I think that's
awesome.
it.
Let's give it up!
For Amelia.
Oh. Worst wave ever.
Wave died. Wave. Wave. Oh. That's pretty good.
Alright,
I don't care.
do it again. Wave!
This is pretty cool. All right. Last talk, I am the only thing between you all and drinks, so I apologize, and I will speak quickly. Speaking of quick, we're going to talk about building the future faster, but really just how do you build things quickly. I'm going to talk about why we want to build things quickly, what Svelte has to do with this, and then I'm going to go through a few rules that I use. So build things quickly, but not poorly. Also, the slides are online at Svelte Summit Build Fast .vercel.app. And there's a few links if you want to follow along. So who am I? I've spent over a decade building things on the web. A lot of that time was doing front-end development for startups in the analytics space. So this is like dashboards for publishers and marketers who want to know who their audience is. I spent a lovely year with the folks at The Pudding, like Matt and Michelle over there, doing agency work. So this is building things for clients that are data-driven articles. And right now I'm doing research and development at GitHub on a small team called GitHub Next. So this is exploring what might the future of developer experience look like, doing rapid prototyping, and just how can we make our lives better? So this seems like a lot of different things in a lot of different fields. And I was thinking about this before, and it seems like there's one common theme, which is you got to go fast. So if we go back to that list, working in a startup, you got to go fast. You got to build things quickly, validate them, and see if people like them, and prove that it's going to be valuable at some point. Doing agency work, there's always deadlines, which are a good thing and a bad thing. So you want to get some good work out on a deadline. And doing research and development, you really want to do rapid prototyping, validate or invalidate ideas before you spend too much time on them. So I want to talk about how do you build things quickly, just some general rules, and then also I wanted to start by saying that I think Svelte is such a good match for building quickly. And I think the heart of that is that it has a really low floor and a really high ceiling. So what do I mean by that? So when we talk about low floor, it's really just you can get building really quickly. So I feel like Svelte, more than other JavaScript frameworks, feels really native to the web. So you're using, it feels like you're just using native web technology. So I was thinking before about what is the bare minimum component, and you can just make a new file, add the .svelte extension, not write anything, and that's a Svelte component, right? So talk about getting started quickly. That's about as little code as you can get. It's also really nice for people who aren't really good JavaScript developers. They can focus on writing HTML and then add JavaScript and CSS on top of it, like as they want to learn, but it's not really JavaScript heavy. And this also reminds me of the old Svelte tagline, which is the magical disappearing UI framework, I think. And this is one of my favorite things about Svelte, which is you get so much out of the box because it basically compiles everything else away, so you don't have a huge runtime when users load the page. So you can have tons of goodies like transitions, slots, animations, and we get them kind of for free. So you can get started in Svelte super quickly, but it also scales and has a really high ceiling. So I thought this would be a fun demo of that. This is a silly tool that I thought would be done in a week, and as usual. And I really just wanted to explore SVG is really complicated, as we saw earlier. How can we make learning SVG kind of feel like playing in a sandbox where on the left you have kind of like a design tool, and then on the right you have the code for the SVG, so you can see how the code changes when you move things around on the canvas, but you can also change the code and see how that changes the visual aspect. And apparently replicating SVG is a lot of work, so I'm still working on this, probably like 6 months later. And I bring this up because it's scaled so nicely. This is something I write on the weekends. I don't write good code on the weekends, so it's not like this is like me at my best, but I haven't had any problems with performance or having to refactor the code. It's just kind of grown really naturally, and I think it really lends itself to building quickly because you're building the same material, whether you're doing something really small or you need like a huge sculpture. Okay, so if we're going to use Svelte, what does it mean to go fast? And the first thing that came to mind for me is this project management triangle. I think it's also called the iron triangle, where you can have something that's good and cheap, or good and fast, or fast and cheap, but you can't have all three. And this actually doesn't really apply to us for things we build on the web. You're saying, why is this on a slide? That's a good question. And I think the way I would change this for what we do is fast and cheap are kind of the same thing, because usually the biggest expense for building websites is developer time. So if we want to build something fast, that really has us focus on what makes something good. So it might seem a little bit not related to Svelte, but I think this is a really, really important rule. So rule number 1 for me is just do less. It's always going to take less time to do fewer things. So at the start of a project, sit down and be explicit. what does good mean? What is success for this project? So is this a design exploration? Is this a technical exploration? Are you trying to build a product iteratively? And the way I think about this is you have 10 developer hours or Monopoly dollars, and you can kind of just allocate them in these 3 buckets. So if it's a design exploration, you'll probably spend most of your time on the UI design. If it's a technical exploration, you'll want to allocate more to the code, or you want them kind of equally spaced. And this is really just an excuse for when we need to build quickly. If I write code that to me feels super hacky, I can just not worry about it and say, hey, there's only so many hours. It's okay if this code doesn't scale super well or if it doesn't look great. Kind of just like, this is what we need to focus on. So if you thought that was off topic, there's this meme of how to draw an owl. So the step 1 is you draw some circles, and then step 2 is draw the rest of the owl. And I think this is kind of what it feels like to build things quickly, or what it looks like from the outside. And I kind of want to talk about what happens in like step 1.5. So I went out and I got a YouTube video of this man named David Jansen. It's a really adorable video. He paints an owl. It comes out great. And I thought it'd be fun to have this metaphor for building, because I think there's a lot of things that are really tangible when you look at something visual like painting that we might not think about when we build web apps. So the first example here is there's a feedback loop. So if you watch someone paint, they kind of stand back and they plan what they're about to do. Maybe they mix some colors, then they move into the canvas and paint those colors on the canvas, and then they physically step back and look at what they've done and kind of reevaluate what they need to do next. And then you kind of go through this loop. So with painters, you can see it because they physically move back and forth. As web developers, often we're going in between the text editor and then we go to the browser to see how that change has affected the web page, and then you go back and forth. And I think one of the keys to moving quickly is making sure you're on the right track by making this feedback loop really tight. So one of the ways that I do that is just using a bunch of sandboxes. So a sandbox is just like an isolated instance of the thing that I'm building. There's links to all of these things if you're curious and want to check them out more. So this example is the code on the left and the sandbox on the right. This is using a library called Storybook that has a plugin for Svelte, and you can see on the right we have one instance of this bucket component that I used up above. But something that's really nice about it is that I have the props explicitly laid out kind of in this panel down here, and you can really easily change, say, the number of coins or the bucket names. So it's really fast to test out edge cases, and you don't have to like scroll to the right position or get the state in the right state to test out different states of your component. Another way to tighten the feedback loop, you can kind of think of sandboxes as visual tests. Also just running actual JavaScript tests is a really nice way to do this. This isn't something I've done a ton historically, but I think it can be hard to justify with, there's an upfront cost. But it's really nice once you have your testing framework set up, and this is a screenshot using VtTest, which has a VS Code extension, which is it's really nice actually. So you can start building your component and do kind of like test-driven development. So I know I want my component to do XYZ. So you write those test cases, and as you're writing the code, you can see which of the test cases are getting checked out off live. Tests are also really good for this next role, which is using guardrails. So something that I do, which is horrible when I draw anything, is I'll get really excited about drawing a specific part of something. So I'll be like, oh man, I really want to draw this eyeball. And then I'll get in there, spend 20 minutes drawing the eyeball, it looks great, and then you zoom out and it's the wrong size or it's in the wrong position. So you can see that David over here has started with a sketch, and he's painting on top of that sketch. So he can focus on getting the paint really honed in on, say, the bird's eye. Don't know why I keep talking about eyeballs. But he can do that and not worry about it being in the wrong position or it looking weird when he then zooms out to look at the whole picture. So tests are really nice for this. So once you have tests, you can move on and write other things and know that your existing functionality hasn't changed. Another set of guardrails that I use a lot is TypeScript. So TypeScript is a superset of JavaScript where either it infers the types of each of your variables, or you can tell it. So this is just a snippet from the SVG playground that I was showing earlier. And say the weekend after I implemented this shape, I can go in and start typing, and it tells me, okay, so on each shape there's a set of attributes, and you have these attributes, so it can be really easy to jump in and know exactly what the code looks like. And it also has a really tight feedback loop where if you try to use a number as a string, it'll immediately tell you without you having to go to the browser and see there's an error. So that is really nice. It's really easy to add to Svelte. There's literally a question when you create a new SvelteKit app that says, do you want to use TypeScript? If you do, you can say yes. And then for each component, you just add this lang equals ts, and you're ready to go. And so this is the last rule that I use, which is just don't start from scratch. You don't see painters going out to the meadow and picking flowers to make their own paints or stretching their own canvas, which sure, that happens sometimes, but for most paintings, you don't need to do that, and it's not really going to change the end product. So the poster child for this is NPM modules. If you're going to build something that's kind of complicated or it's a really common use case, like Date Picker, I think is a really good example. You can jump over Svelte Society's website, has a really nice long list of these. I'll also just end up searching NPM for Svelte and then the name of the thing that I want. And then for each of these libraries, my rule of thumb for choosing which one I want to use is I want to make sure a lot of people are using it. I want to make sure it's been updated recently and that it's not a huge package. Another thing that I like to use in Svelte projects is Tailwind, and I know it's a little bit controversial, but I personally like it, and it's basically just a utility library of CSS classes, so you can do things like adding top and bottom padding with this PY class, or you have your own set of colors, so you can set the background or the text colors. You can change the cursor, and my favorite bit is you can add hover styles really easily. If there end up being a lot of these Tailwind classes, I'll end up using Svelte scope styles and throwing that in the style tag at the bottom of a component, or if there's something that I'm using over and over again. I think these Tailwind classes and Svelte scope styles cover pretty much all of my bases. So it's really nice to not have all of the styles built out before I start building. But if you do end up writing things from scratch, I think the rule is just encapsulate it as much as possible. So if it's code and interface, throw it in a Svelte component. If it's just a UI interaction, you can throw it in a Svelte action. There's one I have for the SVG playground that I've used multiple times since, which is dragging and changing a number to make it smaller or larger. If it's just code, throw it in a utility function. And I call these recipes. I think it's a good name. It's nice for things that fit in 1 to 2 files and things that might need custom tweaks. So I put together a website and then never added to it. There's a few things in here. So a good example is this is kind of like the skeleton for making a map. And you can imagine if this were in an NPM module and I wanted to change the projection or change the styles, it'd be a lot harder than just having this code in my code base and going in and changing those. So if the module didn't support, say, changing the projection, then you'd have to fork it or put together an issue. So it's just really nice to have things really, really fast to update. And then I'll also throw them in starter kits. So I have a pretty bare bones starter kit that I use. So if I want to start a new project, it has all the things I like TypeScript or Tailwind. It has sets of colors that I like. It has a really nice wrapper around writable that will store the state in local storage or URL parameters, and some components that I like. There's a really great one from the folks at The Pudding that's more focused on these data-driven articles. So it has things for scrolly telling or using Google Docs or Sheets as CMS. And there's many, many more. This is the Svelte Society website again, and there's just, 1 million, I think, approximately. And so you can imagine, here's one for e-commerce. You get so much out of the box, like the difference between starting from scratch and then adding all of these libraries or just forking this template. It's going to save you a ton of time. So starter kits are cool. And yeah, so those are my rules of thumb for building quickly. Just do less, tighten the feedback loop, use guardrails where you can, and don't start from scratch. And the most important rule of all is use Svelte. But yeah. That's it.
Cool. Thank you. Let's hear it for.
We were wandering aimlessly looking for the microphone that Amelia was holding. So
Yeah.
thank you. No, you're so
We're a bit
fine.
late to the stage because we're like, wait, there were two microphones.
What happened? Like, who took the microphone?
Yeah.
That was a wonderful talk.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
thank But, so I don't have questions, but I do have an appreciation from this talk, which is the focus wasn't like building stuff fast, but it was building good stuff fast, which that spoke to me.
I feel like that is awesome, and I love that. I don't want to hold up everybody from going to dinner, but
I do. I'm joking.
She did talk about like just being able to create a .svelte file and it just being basically a Svelte component.
Yeah.
You can actually go to Free Code Camp. So if you're learning Svelte, you can go to Free Code Camp, go to the last tutorial, copy the entire thing with the head, the body, like everything from the HTML document, paste it in a .svelte file. Form works.
Wow, I didn't know that. So
Yeah.
it's fully like two-way compatible, HTML and Svelte.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, you can just put HTML in Svelte and it still works.
Wow, and then you can make it interactive by just adding JavaScript.
Then you can add like the syntax, add the
That's
curly braces,
amazing.
put some JavaScript
It's a great
in it.
onboarding thing.
Yeah, right.
It's awesome.
It's very easy to
Cool.
teach people, like we're gonna do for you. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're done. Give yourselves a huge round of applause with day one. That's awesome. Awesome. There's some logistics things you need to know. Kevin wrote me and was like, tell them. So there's food outside. There's about 3 to 4 drinks per person in this room. Just so, maybe don't drink too much so your neighbor has a chance, and also so that you have a chance. Alcohol poisoning isn't very nice. Also, the doors to the venue, they lock from the inside. So if you leave and want to come back later, you're going to need someone to let you in. Okay? Just like the toilets, exactly.
Exactly.
So
Thank you for carrying that joke through the end of the day.
It's very important because Brittany, your husband tried to get in, is that right?
Yeah, he was locked out. He was sneaky. He got in.
Yeah, good. Someone let him in. So just know that. Maybe exchange contact information if you don't have anyone to let you in. And with that, hey, day one in the Church of Rich Harris comes to. I hope you don't mind. He's like sitting here all uncomfortable. It's come to an end, and now we get to party. Thank you for coming. We'll see you tomorrow.